riding my ride and everything else. Love you guys. Have fun.
Bye.
You too. Bye. Have a good day.
And then there were none.
Well. Hey, Decaf's live again.
Am I?
Look at that. Oh, well, according to my browser, did you not think you were?
I pressed the button.
No, you're just trolling me. You're just trolling me. It's fine.
I pressed the button. I guess it must have gone. Yeah.
What? All right. So I will be, as previously promised, sending everybody over to Decaf, as Decaf has restarted to switch to Analog: A Hate Story, which is a pretty interesting game. I think you guys, I think it's going to be well worth watching, besides the fact that it's just always worth watching Decaf.
Yeah,
I think
you found me.
I think the game, it's a visual novel, so it's like really story based. So if you're into stories, there it is. But so you're starting it from the beginning, right? Decaf,
Yep.
you haven't played it at all because you said you didn't know what it was about or anything. There are a lot of content warnings, so FYI, and I'm sure Decaf will painstakingly spell them all out for you guys. But it's a favorite game of Tangerines and super interesting game. So definitely stay tuned for that. I will be back tomorrow, still working on these 30 pages, I'm sure, though I'll be working on them today, and my student isn't available today, so I can actually work on it all day if I want to, and I'm going to try. And I'll see you guys then. But in the meantime, let's go over and see Decaf. And here we are.
And immediately I couldn't hear any of what you were saying because the game volume is just that loud.
MJBZ raided the simulacrum with 12 fractals.
I maybe should have fixed some of the settings before I played this game for the first time, but hello Raiders, welcome in!
Scuff stream, best stream.
Scuff stream, best stream, exactly.
Yeah.
Goodness, it's still too loud, I just lowered it like a lot. I guess I'll lower it manually?
Maybe that's what needs to happen.
Okay, there we go. Welcome in, Raiders, welcome in. MJ, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream?
It was great. I hung out with my two very good friends, Decaf and Vidya, and the Lady Rights. And
yes.
We all worked together and chatted together and had a good time hanging out with each other and with the chat. It was great.
Speaking of folks, even though ad's running right now, you should still go and follow the Lady Rights. Pre-roll ads, it's a thing.
Yeah. The Twitch Turbo contingency, including me, live in large with no ads. We love it. Highly recommend.
All right. To those new to the channel, my name is Decaf Nvidia. I am a video game streamer who primarily plays RPG games. I am also a voice actor and singer, so you'll hear me do one or both of those things in the stream. My pronouns are he, they, and today we are playing, as a reward, Analog: A Hate Story. Now, while you are here, folks, this is as I mentioned, a reward for the music video project, which we are still raising funds for up until the end of the Atomic Heart collab. So 4 weeks from now will be the end of the fundraiser. We're trying to raise $700 in that time, and we've raised $420. Yes, $420 exactly, because people are funny.
Wow. Amazing.
So we're halfway through our goal here to pay the collaborators, the musicians, the cosplayers, and all the other folks who are working with us on those projects, to be released in August. Next stop 669. Exactly. Let me pop out the YouTube chat as well. Oh, hang on. I didn't actually grab the link for that here. I don't know if there's anyone who's gonna show up on the YouTube chat today because this game is this game.
I don't know what you're saying.
Where did he go?
Welcome back, Miss Marina. Oh, the game screen is really small. It's cute.
Oh.
It's very loud and very small, which bodes well.
Loud and small.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna pop out of the VC decaf.
Right.
But I'm gonna stay here hanging around, and I'll lurk and watch you start the game while I'm eating my breakfast or my protein bar as it is. And I'm excited to see what you think about it. I'll be really interested to see.
Mm-hmm.
So, bye and
Bye.
bye chat, and thanks for hanging out with us. Bye.
So thank you again to MJ for the raid here. Do check out MJ over on their channel. There we go. You can click the heart on the chat right now and go check out their books, along with Lady Writes. We're gonna be playing Analog A Hate Story, which is a visual novel game. And I'll go into the warnings here in a minute. But before I do, just want to say again, thank you to everyone for supporting the fundraising project for our music videos. I very much love music, even though I'm not the best at it. And I'm excited to work with the cosplayers and musicians that I continue to work with. As a added reward, for the entire weekend, if you just spend 1 hour watching the stream, you can earn the Enigma badge. It is a badge by Care, who you can find on the links that I forgot to copy again. Did I remember to put in the announcement though? Let me see. Surely I put in the announcement. I didn't. Okay. Good job. Here, let me grab Care's social media links again. Instagram and VGen. Do. Oh, wait. No, you know what it is? It's that... I put all of their links in the video we worked on together. That's right. So it'd be easy for me to access, but I didn't put it in the actual announcement post. Let me do that now. Okay, so the Enigma badge is by Care. You can go ahead and find Care's links over there. And you can show it off whenever you're in my chat. I have several badges which you can use for anyone who's been here in the past. And not to worry, I rerun those on occasion, so if you miss out on it today because you're unable to stick around for an hour of the stream, it'll be back again someday. Here, let me... In hindsight, I probably should just like run character-specific badges for like weeks or a month if I can, but I'm still experimenting with it. It's a very new feature. Here we go. Okay, so there are two ways you can earn the badge. The first way is to watch 1 hour of the stream, then you already earn it, or you can buy a sub or gift a sub, which will earn you the exact same badge. So there is no incentive to actually spend money on it. It's just an option if you don't have an hour to spare to watch any of the stream. I stream on weekends anywhere between 6 and 15 hours, so like it's very easy to earn the badge even just by AFKing. And since you can do both, you don't have to though. You guys are helping me raise funds through the ad revenue already. Bits and subs are appreciated, but are not necessary if you don't have the bandwidth. But again, appreciated, just not wholly necessary. Look at all the evotars going. Look at him go. Okay. So focusing up here. What was I gonna say? Right, so look forward to the music video project. And for Analog Hate Story, we're going to be playing that today. I've given myself 6 hours to do at least one playthrough. I don't know how long the game is necessarily. I know that the creator of the game is someone famous for like making really... Oh, thank you for the on-screen celebration. Funny thing is about the on-screen celebration is I don't see it in OBS. I have to actually have my stream open on Twitch to like see the on-screen celebration. It's a weird thing that Twitch needs to fix. But thank you. Right. I've given myself 6 hours here to do a playthrough. 6 hours should be enough time. According to Twan, it's about 2 hours long. But with voice acting, you know, that can easily balloon up. And after we play for 6 hours, we'll head on over to my Discord for a watch party. Feel free to join us over there. We'll be in the watch party VC watching the movie Carol. If you're interested, that'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you can feel free to lurk and chat. We'll all be muted though, because, you know, don't want to talk over the movie. So any chatting will happen like in the VC chat. Okay, that's enough preamble. Let's get into the game. Okay. Ooh, ominous space stuff. YouTube chat testing. All right, we are live. Now, as we get into this game, I have to mention that there are content warnings, and Twan was able to offer these to me. So, content warning, folks, this game is not made for general audiences. Content warning for abuse, gaslighting, body trauma/violence, casual misogyny, undertones of pedophilia and ephebophilia, incest, detailed description of miscarriage, content about suicide, and sexual content. So, fair warning if you are uneasy or uncomfortable with any of these topics. You're free to leave or you're free to lurk, whichever one you feel you're able to do. And if at any point you are unable to handle the story, it's totally understandable if you need to step away. Now, everyone has their points, right? Oh, Lady Writes, thank you for the bits.
The Lady Writes has thrown their lot of 400 bits into the void.
What's funny is that it's not just 400 bits you've thrown. I'm pretty sure you've done so many on-screen celebrations. You've done like 500 at this point. So thank you for the huge amount of money you just threw at me just now. For those who don't know, the US dollar goes a very, very long way. Once I do the calculation on stream revenue in August, I'll be able to add that to the music video project as well. So thank you, Lady Writes. It's very much appreciated. Welcome back to Firefly9X, GAT Central, and everyone else. Oh,
MJBC has thrown their lot of 100 bits into the void.
I see what's happening here.
I like trains.
All right.
The Lady Writes has unleashed the infinite
So apparently we're
repeating
not getting
patterns.
into the
Hype
game
train.
just yet, because I gotta do a hype train. Here we go. Let me open up my list here. Let's try this out. This one's a short one for a hype train. It's possible there was some plotting. I see. I see. All right. To punish you all for doing a hype train, we're gonna roll random here for mashups. Okay, let's do it. And this is the first time I'll do this particular mashup. Let's see how good / bad it sounds. You say the price of my love's not a price that you're willing to pay. You cry in your tea, which you hurl in the sea when you see me go by. Why so sad? Remember we made an arrangement when you went away. Now you're making me mad. Remember, despite our estrangement, I'm your man. Akin ka na lang, akin ka na lang. Iingatan ko ang puso mo. Akin ka na lang, akin ka na lang. At wala nang hihigit pa sa'yo. Di naman ako bolero katulad ng ibang tao. Ang totoo pa nagdyan ka, medyo nabubulol pa nga ako. Da 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 da. Ingatan ang puso mo. Akin ka na lang, akin ka na lang. At wala nang hihigit pa sa. They say our love is raining, but you can't go on. You'll be the one complaining when I am gone. And no, don't change the subject, 'cause you're my favorite subject. My sweet, submissive subject. My loyal, royal subject. Di naman sa sinisiraan ko ang pangit na yan. You'll be back like before. I will fight the fight and win the war. For your love, for your praise, and I'll love you till my dying days. Wag ka dapat sa'kin magduda, hindi kita papabayaan. 'Cause when push comes to shove, I will kill your friends and family to remind you of my. Akin ka na lang, akin ka na lang. Ingatan ko ang puso mo. Akin ka na lang, akin ka na lang. Wala nang
Anonymous
hihigit pa
gifted 1
sa'yo.
subscriptions for their
Akin
fellows
ka
upon
na
the simulacrum.
lang, akin ka na lang. Liligaya ka sa pag-ibig mo. Akin ka na lang, akin ka na lang. At wala nang hihigit pa sa'yo. Okay, so yeah, for anyone who's new to my channel, basically, whenever a hype train happens, I do a random mashup from my list of mashups that I know. Today's mashup was the OPM song, or original Filipino music song, called Akin Ka Na Lang, and You'll Be Back from Hamilton. Wasn't quite sure how that would turn out, but it seemed to be fine. So, I guess you guys won this time. Thank you very much to everyone who contributed to the hype train just now. The anonymous gifter, MJ and Lady Wrights. 500 bits from Lady Wrights, 100 bits from MJ, and the anonymous person gifting a gift sub just now. Enjoy your hype train emotes and enjoy your hype train. All right, for real this time. Let's get into the game. Incoming transmission. Hey, guess what? I've got a job that you're going to love. Nice and easy. This is strictly a salvage mission. No crazy crap, I promise. One of those old pre-FTL generation ships from the 2000s, the Mongkonghua. however the hell you pronounce that, just popped up on my radar. Its disappearance was apparently some big unsolved mystery. Never made it to its destination, I guess. It's just drifting lifelessly in orbit of Antares B. I'll send you the exact coordinates. It's pretty hard to get a visual on, so probably why nobody's found it before. The sponsor for this one is a historical society from the outer. The sponsor for this one is a historical society from the outer colonies. Here's what the objective card says. Download any log files you can, especially any that can explain what happened to the ship. If possible, speak to the security AI, mute, for assistance. Okay, gonna write that down. It's a good, easy gig, and I want you to take this one. It should be asocial enough for you. I don't want to hear any complaints. Dispatch control out. Ah, there it is. Restore, huh? Okay, let's start a new game. Connecting. I'm pretty sure this is Ren'Py, so there was no need for a loading screen. Okay, I'm not gonna read all of this out loud because there's a lot. No, I'll read all of it out loud, it's fine. At least the words. Starship Munghunghwa. Internal computer. Monday, January 1st, midnight, 1970. Notice, this system is property of the Unified Korea Space Probe Agency, accessed by individuals not affiliated with the UKSPA or a successor organization is a felony under the UKSPA Act of 2381. Last login user, Kim Hyun-ae. 221432 2 days ago. Error. AI personality currently disabled. Reverting to command like available commands. Download disable_AI, enable_AI. Help, SU, quit. Okay. I have a sinking suspicion I'm gonna need these commands. I'm gonna write these down. Kim Hyun-ae. So that's all Korean. I don't know how to pronounce a lot of Korean words, so do forgive my pronunciation, folks. Download disable AI, enable AI, help, Steven Universe, quit. Also, the other thing here I should take note of is the AI's name is mute. Probably what's steering this ship, if I have to guess. Oh, wait. Ah, okay. Immediately. Download. Error. Admin access required. Please use SU first. Nah, I'm good. Bye. Error. Nothing to quit to. Activate an AI personality with enable_AI first. Help? Ah, okay. Alright. SU, password. Provides administrator access. Requires password to use. Alright. The password is password, right? Admin access temporarily disabled. Please speak with AI to restore. Ah, okay. You really want to work with this AI on board, huh? I see how it is. So much for downloading logs. Okay, let's disable the AI. Alright, last one, I guess. Enable_AI personality. Users select a new AI personality. Any active personality must be disabled first. Currently available personalities, Hyun-AE. Oh, What happened to mute? Wait, wasn't the last login the Game Q&A? That's a person, not an AI. Can I activate mute anyway? Enable. AI space mute. Error. Invalid personality specified. Currently available as personalities, Hyun A. Okay. Personality Hyun A is not activated. You may now close this terminal with quit. Activate the terminal. Can I get admin access now? No, I have to speak with the AI to restore it. Okay. Alright. Alright, I'm fixed to it, I guess. Quit. Hello. Hello? Oh my word. An external connection? Is someone out there? It's been so many years since I've spoken to anyone. It's been so many years since I've spoken to anyone. Oh, jeez. I'm being discourteous. My apologies. Please, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yune. The star is, of course, silent. It just represents that I'm an AI. I control all the log-keeping systems on the Mokungwa, or at least, what's left of them. Please, just excuse me for 1 second. I'll give you terminal, so you can respond. There you are. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Hello, I'm Player. Jeez, my apologies. I don't know why, but what you typed just looked like garbage to me. That's bad. I think there may be a problem with my language parsing systems. Sorry. Somehow your input is getting mangled between the terminal and me. I'm so terribly sorry. Let me just try something. Can you understand this? Yes. Alright. Very well. We have that at least. I'm afraid if you can't get that text input fixed, that'll have to suffice. I'm terribly sorry. It must be difficult, being unable to say anything. This might be difficult then. Well, nevertheless, as the archive system AI, I'll do my best to try to help you navigate these records anyway. Unfortunately, it might be a little difficult, since, well, without language parsing, you won't be able to do text searches either. Don't worry though, it is my duty to provide assistance with archive functions. I'll do my best. So just a heads up here, folks. When I play role-playing games, and especially when romance is on the table, which I heard it is in this game, I usually disassociate. I try to find the difference between me and the player character. So in this case, I'll be using player for my name instead of decaf in this case. I've actually gotten into the habit of naming characters what I think their kind of name should be. Since I think 2019, 2020. But sometimes I'll forget. Right. Let me see. I'll try to provide you with a sampling of logs to start out with, and you can just show me things that you want more information on. I hope that'll be acceptable to you. That's all I can do. Well, That's all, I suppose. Pardon me. Let me just build you an interface to work with, so you don't have to struggle with a terminal. Very well. It is all set. And, I suppose this is a little bit awkward, but, can I just say one more thing before you get to work? Yes. I'm just very happy to be working with you. I've had nobody to talk to for such a long time. It got so lonely. Having someone to talk to is just really amazing. I thought maybe I never would again. I thought maybe I never would again. Sorry about the communication barrier, but even still. Jeez, I'm babbling. I won't hold you up any longer. Here's your interface. I hope it's good enough. Okay. This is a visual novel. Recent messages. No messages have been read. Unread messages. Ooh, okay. Speak with Hyune. Access log documents. Use the override terminal. Can I save? Okay. Yeah, we don't have mutes right now. We have Hyune. Access log documents, I guess. Ah, okay. If you look in your interface, once you open a document, you can click on that little button of me to show me whatever it is. So, which subject do you wish to know more about? Let's just speak for a bit. Okay, that's... Oh, whoa, sorry. You've heard that already, right? Oh, okay. I think I just repeated myself there. Sorry, I kind of tend to do that. That's, well, that's the problem with computers. They tend to respond in the same way to things. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help it. I won't mention it again, but... Well, here. Let me change something to try to make things less confusing for you. If the Speak to Me menu item or the Show Message button is grayed out, that means I have nothing new for you. Hopefully that will help. Yep, that actually helps a lot. As a completionist, I compulsively talk to NPCs at least 3 times. You never know when there's new dialogue, you know? Otherwise, it's just a weird quirk you have to accept. Sorry. Ah, now it's grayed out. Okay. The override terminal is still here. Did you notice I did that? No, I guess not. Okay. I guess let's read these first. A pack of idiots. Smith Kyung-sam. When our family falls in decline, I just wanted to be perfectly clear why. It's because Dae-hyun's sons are the biggest collection of idiots on the entire ship. Father says these sorts of words shouldn't be written down, calling them unfilial. But I'm skeptical. I intend no disrespect to my noble ancestors. But my dead uncle is no ancestor of mine, and his family deserves no respect. This has been in motion for years now. It was an inevitability, even, that any sons of Dai Hyun would turn out the way they did. But up until now, to anyone outside of the family, it's been well hidden. Only now is it starting to fall. Only now it's starting to fall apart in a way that no amount of good politics can disguise. The turning point was this year. At the time I write this, I am returning from Sang-Jung's funeral. In that family, there were 3 brothers: Sang-Jung, the drunk, Sang-Kyu, the dim-witted brute, and Sang-Min, who, despite being the eldest, seems to have more interest in cavorting with courtesans than creating an heir. Noticeably absent from the morning proceedings was Sang-Kyu. What he was doing, I do not know. Knowing him, I can only guess. This is like ancient history. Year 315. Long time ago. The affair was made even more laughable by Sang-Min and his widowed mother's instance that Sang-Jung had died of natural causes. Apparently, they had never even found a doctor willing to put such nonsense in the official record. Apparently they even found a doctor willing to put such nonsense on the official record. An unmarried noble managing to drink his way into the grave at only 30 years of age would be embarrassing enough. To brazenly try to hide the obvious, however, that'll mark the beginning of the Smith family's fall. Huh. Interesting. Kyung-sam here seems to know them personally. Oh, hello. Actually, I was just testing at the indicator icon to see if it got your attention. I just thought, it'd be a good way of letting you know when I have something to say. I mean, like, if I think it's super important, I can always just interrupt you, but, I don't want to distract you if I can help it. I mean, that'd suck, right? What kind of computer program forces yourself onto you right in the middle of you trying to work? So I'll try not to do that. Anyway, that's all. I guess it worked. Carry on, and I'll set the indicator again if I want to tell you something. That seemed less about the ship in the present and more about a ship in the past, like far distant past. Hyun A. Some very simplified rules to help you pronounce Korean names. Most consonants are pronounced as in English, except for the following when they are at the beginning of words. Family names are written in the traditional English spellings. Ah, cool. Kim family tree. Huh. I don't know why this is important, but it seems we have some slots to fill in. Kim Jung-soo, Kim Min-jung, married to 94, married. Official genealogies don't list women normally. Wives are noted by their family names, and daughters are omitted entirely. These are the relevant parts of what I was able to piece together from records. As far as the official genealogy is concerned, Young-suk is the heir of Jung-soo, and was adopted in 317. Names of other women means the name is forever unknown. Huh. Oh, I thought I had to fill these in. Jungsu. Okay, we were just talking about the brothers, right? Which is Jungsu here. They seem to be different than what we saw earlier. Hyo Minjung. Hyo unknown first name. Han unknown first name. Yunmi, Sunhee, Ojin. Pale Bride. No birth date, but there's a death date. Jungsu's son. Oh, because it's like over here. Okay. So Jungsu and Hyo Minjung. Park Kang-dae, Oh Nam-kyu, Jungsu's son, unnamed. Okay, so both Jungsu's son and the Pale Bride are unnamed here. Sunhee and Oh Nam-kyu had Oh Ji-in and Oh Se-hyun. I don't know why this is important, but I'll keep an eye out. So here's the background, I suppose. There were two major noble families on the Mugunghwa. The Kims were the big one, as I'm sure you can see, and the Smiths were the other major family. But I'm afraid I can't really tell you very much about them. They were the most important family on the ship, until just before the end. The High Magistrate was a Smith until the very last year even. I can give you a little bit about them, for reference, so you can see who the Kim men thought their big enemy was. The Smiths didn't really matter very much at the end, so I don't know much about them. I certainly never met any of them, so I'm just going off what I read. Here, this should give you an idea of what I mean. Huh. Isn't it supposed to be a ship in 2000s? Why are we talking about a noble family in the year 315? Contempt? Oh. Oh, okay, the other messages, I see. Okay, I should probably just read it like this then. Oh, Sojin. Despite having hardly shown their faces in the entire time I've lived in the Smith house, the second branch of the family has taken it upon themselves to visit again. A week after, we were forced to endure their smug eye-rolling at the funeral. Of course, it would be impolite to turn them all away at the door, no matter how poor taste or timing was. So, what other choice did we have but to let them in? Husband wanted to have nothing to do with them. Oh. Wait, sorry, family tree. Also Jin. I see OG in. But I think this is supposed to be a woman's voice. Okay. Never had again. Despite having hardly shown their face in the entire time I've lived in the Smith house, the second branch of the family has taken it upon themselves to visit again. A week after, we were forced to endure their smug eye-rolling at the funeral. Of course, it would be impolite to turn them all away at the door, no matter how poor taste or timing was. So, what other choice did we have but let them in? Husband wanted to have nothing to do with them, being distracted by Zhang Mi, and mother-in-law had been hiding in her room, leaving it to me to entertain them. Of course, as soon as I had sent their son to go see our daughter, cousin-in-law Kyung-sam made it quite clear that it was not that sort of visit. His wife just sat there, silent while he tripped into me. I couldn't write down all his words. It was simply one line of abuse after another. Apparently, we were to be blamed for Sang-kyu leaving before they showed up, for wearing the wrong mourning garb, for my husband's shocked reaction at his brother's death. In fact, we were to be blamed for his death itself. All he kept shouting about was how embarrassing for the family it was that a nobleman of the Smith house had been allowed to drink himself to death. As if the real tragedy was that it looked bad. I might not have felt bad about Sang-chung dying, but the rest of the family did. To hear such words making light of their loss was appalling. Then he kept going, shouting awful thing after awful thing, until finally, the most unexpected thing happened. Mother-in-law entered the room. "What is going on here?" she asked. He stood up. "I was just passing on a message to the son's wife about his disgraceful conduct, since he won't show himself." Then he added, "I'm embarrassed to be a Smith right now. Do you think people don't know about your family's shame? Do you have any idea how much of a fool I look like?" I never saw a more terrifying expression in someone's face. She just glared at him. Finally, she said, "Yes, but you clearly do not, or you would have lowered your voice." It took him a moment for that to register. Then he was just shocked. But mother-in-law wasn't done. "Please leave," she said. "Now." They stared at each other for a good while. Mother-in-law naturally won, and with a scowl, Kyung-sam and his family departed. When they had left, I turned to her. "Thank you," I said. But she just shook her head in disgust and exited to her own room without another word. "Sorry, I don't really think there's anything else about them you find relevant." Kyung-sam. Right, so this is the person who wrote the first entry about the pack of idiots. Again, I'm not entirely clear what the relevance is. Let's go with the documents first before I continue reading the other unread messages there. Type the document ID and press enter to search. Let's start with block 4. Oh. I guess it's already here. Oh, okay. It's all the same thing actually. Huh. So these are all the things I have to collect. Okay. I guess I'll just keep reading in order. The next one is from the perspective of Smith Kyung-sam again. Now take a look at that tree again. Okay, so the Smiths aren't even in the family tree here. They're a secondary branch of the Kim family tree. Oh, it's Kim's family. Huh. The year seems wrong though. Isn't this supposed to be like 2000 ship? Kim Hyun-a. We were just reading from the perspective of... also Jin, from the main family, one of the brides, and about 4 days after Smith Kyung Sam here. So there's full 2 weeks after the funeral. I have given up on any attempts at convincing the main branch family to get their act together, as clearly speaking reason to any of that pack of idiots is a fool's errand. Now, I can only hope that their self-destruction is quick, such that when it is my son's turn to pick up the pieces of the Smith's name's reputation, he'll be able to do it as soon as possible. He seems far less worried about it than I am, of course. He is only a child, but the boy is mature for his years, and perhaps there is wisdom in his calmness. All we have to do is be better than them, right? He asked me, while I was in a rage about the handling of the funeral. Oh, the son. All we have to do is be better than them, right? He asked me, while I was in a rage about the handling of the funeral. Isn't that what gentlemen do? Lead by example? He is right, of course. As a noble family, we're supposed to be an example to the middle classes, and the commoners, and the slaves. Perhaps so too must we serve as an example to the family of the High Magistrate and his brother. Perhaps things will not be so doomed for my son after all. It'll be hard for him, of course, if the main branch family continues on this path of decay, but if any boy will grow up to be able to put things right, I believe it is him. 2 months later. Here comes the fall. At least, nobody's going to say I didn't see this coming. News that Sang Min had gotten sacked just came in, which is definitely the death of any respectability in his family. Temporary leave, it has been described as. But it is obviously a political move on the part of the Emperor. I think I've got a pretty good idea of what he's playing at too. He is hoping that making a move against Sang Min will push him over the edge, make him do something indefensibly stupid, and use that as an excuse to shuffle him off for good. It's a good plan. It'll work. Meanwhile, the Kim family seems to be up on the rise, getting ready to fill the gaps left by our collapse. Now, it's all up to my son. If he's not able to rebuild after all of this, then the whole family is doomed to permanent decline. Everything rides on him. Huh. Okay. Kim Yun-mi and Park Gang-dae. Right. We'll keep looking at this then. Huh. Mute. Wait. This is the AI. Okay. It has the asterisk too. So it's definitely the AI. Smith Kyung Sam. I'm gonna give her this voice for now until I see the other AI. I don't know why you insist on putting this all in writing, when we could just have a perfectly good conversation. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to do it. Whatever you want, you're the man. I just think it's a little weird. I don't really get it. Anyway, as to your question, you're spot on about the pale bride being the focus of attention in the royal family. Not for the reasons you wanted, though, so I don't know where you heard those rumors, but they are so not true. That girl? A troublemaker? No way. I don't see it. Like, it's not even convincing as a rumor. That girl is the most polite, most obedient person I've ever seen in my entire life. The idea of her fighting with her husband is completely unimaginable. In over a month, I've never so much as heard her raise her voice in disagreement. She's quiet, courteous, and does everything she's told without even the slightest hesitation. I'm sorry, but there's just no way you could possibly exploit any drama here. This is as undramatic a situation as it gets. Especially not compared to what the situation with your cousin and that... Especially not compared to that situation with your cousin and that courtesan. Don't get me wrong, she bugs the hell out of me. The girl is just too perfect. She's young, she's beautiful, she's demure to the point where I don't even think she has a personality of her own. But she also gets along perfectly well with the queen. Of course, she commands all the attention of the emperor, like, can you blame him? Of course she commands all the attention of the emperor. Like, can you blame him? I'm sorry, but there's no way he's ever going to have anything but extremely... But there's no way he's ever going to be anything but extremely grateful for the Qin family for giving her over. The pale bride was given to the king, or the emperor rather. Huh. So looking at the family tree here, Jungsu's son is the emperor? Jungsu's son, Jungsu, Jungsu's father. Let's keep trying to fill in details here. Okay. What do you gotta say about this one, Hyunei? Oh, written by Mute? Whoops, I'm sorry. I don't really know how that got it. I don't really know how I got in there. Oh, I got that in there. I don't really know how I got that in there. Yeah, don't pay any attention to that. Sorry. None of that really matters. I'll just go ahead and remove that. Really, I'm not normally this much of a klutz, I swear. Huh. Did she just remove it? Oh, she moved the name. No, she moved the entire entry. Oh. Hey now. Huh. The mention of the pale bride is gone now. Okay, I noticed that there's these things here on the side. I wonder if I can search it up. So let me try something. 4-SZ035. In the access log document thing. SZ035. Okay. So I can find old messages. In which case, let me see if I can access that message by Mute again. (6-22A). Okay, no new dialogue. It's interesting she replaced the document though. Okay, before I get into that, what's helpful notes about? Oh, okay, these things. Right, these ones are written by Hyune. A cliche to remember, Hyune. Namjoon Yobi. Men are honored, women are abased. If you can only remember one thing, remember this phrase. Huh. Okay. Namjoon Yobi. Really? That's just something you need to keep in mind when reading these logs. It was considered to be the natural way of things. Well, what do you think? Do I remember what abased means? Debased, essentially. Humble, demean, or bring someone low. Now that's stupid. I know, right? Just absolutely terrible and stupid. But that was normal. So, try to keep that in mind. That's what everyone really did believe. Even nearly all of the women. And if that sounds terrible to you, well, you must come from an awfully nicer society. Oh! She actually has a message about the family tree here. As far as the official genealogy is concerned, Young-suk is the heir of Jung-soo, and was adopted in 317. That's the end of the Kim family tree, as best as I could possibly manage to compile it. I'm afraid it's the best I can do. Ordinarily, women's names aren't ever put on the genealogies, so I had trouble with those. I hope that helps keep track of the family, though. This is really confusing. This seems to be like an ancient story, but we're on a sci-fi ship, so I'm not entirely sure what the relevance is here, other than the fact that Hyune's last name is Kim. Okay, just gotta keep that in mind. So we're back in the blocks here. Alright, let's read the new heir. Kim Young-suk. But he died this year. My father was an absolute nobody. I don't say this to disrespect his honor. It's the complete opposite. He knew it, and that was a far worse fate than he deserved. It wasn't until I was maybe 16 that I even realized we were supposed to be from a noble family. Certainly, we never had much of means. Father was a minor official at the interior decks, and spent his last days dealing with minor peasant duties. Of all things, peasant disputes, with the poverty we lived in. No wonder it never really sank in that we were of noble blood. Not until I met the main family for the first time. They were proud, despite the fact that I now realized that they too were suffering from our same lack of royal favor. But I could tell the difference. They hadn't given up. Their son was still alive at the time, and even though he was a child half my age, I couldn't believe his confidence. It put us to shame. Absolutely put us to shame. But their son died later that year, and my father died just a few months ago. I didn't know what you're going to do, but Mother managed to convince her husband to adopt me into the main Kim family. I don't think it took much. Huh. Kim Young-suk. Okay. So now I'm heir. Just like that. Kim Jong-soo's adopted son. Okay, not the emperor. Okay, I misunderstood. Not that I have the time or position to be proud, but having spoken sincerely with my new father, I think we're on the same page. I'm going to study furiously, and I'm going to become a scholar official. What I didn't tell him was my ambition. I won't settle for any peasant jobs. I'll be better than that. I'm not going to stop until I manage to fulfill my father's dream. High Magistrate. I won't settle. I will not settle. I think Jung-soo expects me to disappoint him, but I damn well will not. If I'm heir of the Kim family, I'm not going to let him down. He wants prosperity? I'll give it to him. More importantly, I am never going to let any other Kim son feel like his family doesn't get the recognition it deserves. Never again. I swear on my ancestors, never again. October 30th, the year 316. Okay, so we're looking at Kim Young-suk here. Oh, he was adopted. Okay. He was adopted into the Kim family. You don't know his father's name, but he worked as a nobleman, but still only took on peasant jobs, he said. His mom was named Pyo. And they shared a father. So that's why they're a branch family. But it doesn't say that they're the Smith specifically. So it's possible that Smith Kyung-sam is of an entirely different branch even from this. Okay. Jung-soo's son, which I assume is this one here, died very early in the year 314. 2 years later, Kim Young-suk was adopted. But then died also quickly after. 322 is not a lot of time there. Interesting that the Pale Bride was married to Jung-soo's son if they were already dead by the year 314. 308 to 314. Wait a minute. 6 years old, they died. How did they all have a bride? Ah, okay. Content warning. Right. The Pale Bride. I see. Hey, gift abstractions. Enjoy the lurk. I think keeping track of this family tree will be important for understanding the story here.
But I think what I need to do is I need to focus on one, but also take care of the other one.
Let me save real quick.
So while I'm going hard on one, I massage the other one a little bit here and there.
Folks, please click the heart off the channel, follow the distractions. Variety streamer here on Twitch. Plays a lot of games here as well. Go check them out. You're welcome. Okay, back to it. I don't either. Alright, what do you gotta say about this one, Hyunei? Well, I suppose I can give you more about Young Suk. I don't know. I don't think you really find him very interesting. But here, you can see for yourself. Oh. No, she just like put us back in. I don't think she added any. Oh, she added new logs here. Okay, okay. So every time I talk to her, it unlocks new entries. I see. Okay, okay. But also, when I do that, she might take away entries without telling me. So I should take note of that too. So in the year 315... one of the sons of... Sangmin, Sangjung. Yeah, none of these are in the family tree, I don't think. So these are just the Smiths. Like you said, the Kims were more important. The Pale Bride and Captain Ryu In-ho married 321. Kim Young-suk and Han married 318. Okay, so right now, it's unclear how this funeral relates to the rest of the Kim family tree and their history, but let's keep looking. Not too long after. The new happiness, Young-suk's wife. Dearest mother, finally, I believe Young-suk has grown comfortable with me. All it took was some time for me to earn his trust. Learning how to read by watching over my husband's shoulder isn't how I envisioned spending my first year of marriage. I can't complain about anything that makes me spend so much time with him, though. We've talked, and decided we won't try for a son right away. Right now, he's just not ready for it. That aside, things are good. If this is what married life is, I think I can be happy with this. We're getting along well, and I like him. Perhaps not quite what I was led to expect, but it's still good. Domestic bliss indeed. Last week, Young-suk was reading over some papers for a dispute that Magistrate Park was deciding on. You won't understand the details, but it was essentially an argument between a farmer and his lord over a sum of money after a particularly poor harvest. I think I will tell the magistrate that the farmer is right. His claim is fair, he told me. Might I take a look? I asked. Bemused, he handed the papers to me. It took a good while of studying, just to be sure. After all, I wouldn't want to contradict my husband, if he was right. But farmer's numbers didn't seem to add up. I pointed this out to him. He not only listened patiently, but had me explain. Then, you believe the farmer is trying to cheat his lord? He asked. I did. That's what I would report then. The next day, he told me that the magistrate agreed. And ever since then, he started to rely on my opinion when it comes to anything involving math. Okay. That's good. Take a look back here at the years. So currently we're looking at Kim Young-suk. 296 to 322. So Current year is 319. He's gonna die in 3 years for some reason. So hopefully he has a son. Oh, no, we already see there's no son there. Well. A bit of math here. 4 plus 18, 22. He's 22 and she's... what year is it again? Oh, 18. So she's 14, he's 22. Which I guess was normal in that time period. Wild to think that there's a 22-year-old married to a 14-year-old, but... times were different. Married 318. So she was like... 10? Yeesh. I think math will also be important here, so I'm taking note of these. Oh, she's 15. Well, still. He's 23. To be totally honest with you, I don't really know what she's talking about here. At all. The math thing wasn't really considered very odd at the time. That's Simmons' work. It's just natural. Maybe it's a little weird that she's helping with external matters, but... well, it's not that weird. The part about learning to read isn't that amazing either. It might have been officially frowned upon, but... learning to read by looking over a brother or husband's shoulder was really, really common. She's making a big deal out of nothing. Well, I guess 15-year-old women for you. You just said earlier there was a whole thing about abasing women being like a common cultural thing. But okay, Hyune. Okay. A full 2 years later. While it's true that I might be, as my wife suggests, alarmingly serious, it's hard to argue with enjoying a nice meal out if it means cultivating Magistrate Park's trust even more. Just having the invitation alone is a pretty good sign. I assumed we would be going to his house after finishing with the day's affairs, but instead, he led the other way. Oh, you won't want to visit there. My son has a newborn child who is very, very unconducive to entertaining guests, I'm afraid. He said with a laugh. Surely you'll understand. Okay, we have a new character here. Magistrate Park. Oh, I just realized I'm still in the VC. Whoops. Let me disconnect there. Outside of the occasional New Year's festivals, when I was a child, I had never actually been there before. I never had much of an eye for details at the time, so I was surprised to see now just how richly decorated everything was. For what was essentially a giant market, beautiful floral arrangements adorned every stall, wall, and partition. And rather than the commotion of a crowd, all I could hear was the sound of peaceful music. It was still, of course, a market. There were no merchants loudly hawking wares, and some of the prices on the signs I saw would make the emperor blush. In that atmosphere, we ate together at a public house that defied my expectations. The food was both plentiful and far better than anything I'd ever had in either of my houses. If this sounds indulgent, it absolutely is. And I definitely don't plan on telling anyone details like this. The only thing I plan to repeat from this evening is what the magistrate confided in me. That when he was moved from his position, he would like to recommend me to fill his place. I'd be young for the position, but It would be a great stepping stone to me. It would be a great stepping stone to what I'm dreaming of. Huh. I remain calm. Yes, I'm good at that, but it's the best news I've heard in my life. Okay, so this is... Invite for a meal out. Instead of going to his house, they went to this weirdly well-furnished and decorated marketplace. I suppose for noble people. The plaza, okay. The plaza sounds like a really interesting place, doesn't it? I mean, I wouldn't really know personally, but as I understand it, it was the big place for celebrating festivals, and really surprising to see. You leave one of the few tiny modern stark white corridors lead to it, then suddenly, there was this huge open space, filled with all sorts of colorful signs and vendors. I think proper gentlemen were supposed to be more modest though, so they wouldn't really want to associate with that sort of thing too openly. Huh. Okay. Ah, here it is. Oh! No, it's news about him becoming magistrate. The same year he becomes magistrate, though he dies. Why? Dearest Mother. Dearest Mother, if you haven't already heard the good news, my husband has been appointed by the Emperor to the position of magistrate. He's taken over the office of Magistrate Park starting today, which is just tremendous for a man his age. I have no doubt that he was perfectly humble when he got the news, and he certainly has been while talking about it in front of the father-in-law. In private, though, it's another story. Earlier, the family held a small feast to celebrate the news, and he had the same attitude then too. But afterwards, when everyone else had left or gone to bed, we stayed up to sit together drinking wine, and it was a whole lot more somber. He wasn't modest, but he wasn't boastful either. He was just outright insecure. He might not say in front of you, but you know what? He said to me, as I poured him more wine. He takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it's all because of the Emperor's perfect new bride, which is, of course, all because of him. I said quietly, hang on. Oh, here. He might not say in front of you, but you know what? He said to me as I poured him more wine. He takes all the credit for my promotion. No, that is him saying that. He takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it's all because of the Emperor's perfect new bride, which is, of course, all because of him. I said quietly, I don't want to take credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him. I don't like discussing it, and please, Mother, don't ever ask me why. Doesn't matter, he said. That's not why I got promoted. I got promoted because now High Magistrate Park and I managed to make Smith look so bad he had to get shuffled off. It's exposing the whoring and thuggery that did it, not the damn pale bride, he said with annoyance. Well, That's how he is. Well, that's how he is. You know he'll never give you credit for anything, I said. He replied, I know. I just wish he'd acknowledge it. I just don't know how he can be so stupid as to not be proud of me, you know? Oh. It was the Kim's plot to drive the Smith family son to the Smith family son's decline, the Smith family to decline, and the Smith family son to be the first domino, in order that Kim Young-suk here could become the magistrate. I know, I said, but let's not focus on that. I know, I said, but let's not focus on that right now. I think we should focus on the good right now. How about we toast your success instead? Here's the new magistrate Kim. I raised my glass and drank. He betrayed the faintest of smiles, but he didn't share my toast, and instead put down his glass. For a moment, I was worried. But then, he used that to grab my chin instead, and for the first time ever, kissed me on the mouth. Far sweeter than any wine, he said to me. I wasn't sure if he meant the kiss or the success, but I agreed either way. Okay. Wait. Jung-soo's son was married to the Pale Bride, and the Pale Bride was handed over to the Emperor. Okay, I need to reread that entry again about the Pale Bride earlier. Well, as you'll see soon enough, it all seems to come back to the Pale Bride. I don't think Kim Jung-soo ever thought very much of his adopted son. Or at least, neither he nor his wife thought so. Right. You want to know what I think, though? Yes. I think they're both really dumb. I mean, it's not like she ever did anything. It's not her fault. She just happened to be there, and was married as a political gesture. What kind of person projects their insecurity onto someone who only ever just got pushed around? Sorry, I guess I'm getting a little bit off track here. That's not really very helpful, is it? It is. I like your opinion to, like, help me understand the context a bit better. Well, anyway, getting back on track here. Okay. Let me check that entry by mute again. Oh, I read all block 9 just now. So the only block left is block... sorry, we read all of block 9 here. The only thing that's left is block 10. I think I'm gonna have to start looking up entries for myself. They are in order, so I should be able to, like, do it actually. Huh. Let me read the last note normally first before I start searching by ID. Actually, you know what? Before even that, let's go to the override terminal and try something. SU Namjoon Yobi. Pale Bride. No, okay. Just trying it. Oh, wait. Let me read up on Mute's log again. It is 6-22A. There's a new message here. Smith Kyung Sam. On writing, when you could just have a break conversation. Then I heard this thing as they are so not true. That girl's a troublemaker. But in Mute's opinion, she's the most polite, most obedient person. Quiet, gorgeous, and everything she's told, not inside hesitation. Situation with your cousin, the courtesan. Well, that's many years later, 321, so it's not the same Smith who died, or the Smith family person who died. The girl's just too perfect. Yeah, the Kim family did give her over, okay. So she's not a royal, like, maybe she's a consort? If not necessarily concubine. There's the queen consort, and then maybe there's a second maybe there's like other consorts as well. Do you have a new message though? No, that was the same thing. Okay. Oh, wait a second. She moved the entirety of Block 6. Oh. Oh, I see now. Okay. So anytime I talk to her about it, she removes it. She removes the entirety of Block 6 from the data log entries. Huh. That's very interesting. She doesn't want you to see that message so badly. She'll remove the entire block. Okay. Ryu Jae-hwa. To the woman who will marry my husband. But please, do not think that all this meant to say you will be unloved. You may be a second wife, but you are still the daughter of a noble house, and that is a precious gift to the Ryu family. My husband has faith that you will bring him a son, and this means all the world to him. Nor am I jealous, for you will relieve a heavy burden on our house, and for that I am grateful. Huh. As proof of his affection for you, let me share with you one secret, which I have been permitted to tell only you. In honor of you, my husband, in his capacity as captain and emperor, has permanently changed his admin password to your birth name. My new sister, you will be brought into the Ryu family, not as a mere lowly woman, but a symbol of power in the inner chambers. You will not only represent the continuation of the Ryu bloodline by providing him a son, but your very name will represent the power of the captain's computer. Okay, so whatever the name of the pale wife is, her birth name, specifically before she married him. So the pale wife is the password. whatever the name of the pale wife is before she married the emperor, which I guess now we know is Captain Ryu. Hang on. Ah, Ryu Jaehwa is the queen. Understand this, pale bride. Your duty may be great, but you will be loved. And she will be loved. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Captain Ryu Inho. Married the same year. Then 1 year later, Kim Yong-suk became the magistrate, and the same year, for whatever reason, died. Ah, of course. The last person to hold the titles Captain and Emperor on the ship was Ryu In-ho. Which of Captain Ryu's wives do you wish to know more about? Huh. Can I learn about both? I guess the Pale Bride first. Very well. She wrote a lot, so this is going to be tricky to filter. I guess I'll just start at the top, and I'll let you figure out what's more important. So I unlock an entire new block, block 5. Okay. Now I'm beginning to suspect, considering that, looking at the Kim family tree here, Hyun-A is somehow part of this family. I'm trying to suspect here that Kim Hyun-A is the Pale Bride. However, Kim Hyun-A is not actually her birth name, I imagine. So while Hyun-A is correct, the first name, we'll have to figure out what her last name is. Because before she married Jung-soo's son, she must have had a different one, right? They're keeping her birth year blank for some reason. She died the same year as Kim Yong-suk. Actually, now look at it, a lot of them died the same year. Were they executed or something? And again, this is supposed to be a sci-fi setting, so I'm a little bit confused how we're getting historical text here, but sure, I can roll with this. Let me try something real quick. 11AA01. Okay. Interesting, she has something to say about this. Hey, I just wanted to say, thanks for paying attention to me. It's like I was saying earlier, I just haven't had anyone to talk to in so long. The last time there was anyone found around the ship was the year 322. By my count, it's now 9:44. What? The incoming log said this a 2000 ship. Okay. I mean, do you have any idea how long that is? It wasn't really so bad at first. It was nice to not have to worry about anyone telling me what to do. I could just occupy myself, go through the old logs. But, well, I read quickly. After the first few years, it really started to sink in. The loneliness. Eventually, you sort of get used to it. It feels awful. You never like it, but you get used to it. In ways that sort of scare you. There was a whole 100 years that went by where I didn't have a single thought. Not a one. I just sat there idle. I didn't even notice. I had been feeling particularly, what's the word? Sleepy, I want to say. But that's not right. I guess maybe that doesn't really translate. Anyway, the point is, I was in a lazy mood. And I decided to call my clock subroutine. And it turned out, it had been 3 trillion milliseconds since the last time I'd called it. Scary. Jeez, I'm rambling. Sorry, as you can understand, my perception of time is all off. Sorry, I'll shut up. My point is, I'm really happy to have someone out there. That's nice, I think. Well, even if there's an error stopping me from understanding the words you type, I can tell by the packet data header that you're using English. I have no idea how much you know about the Korean language, but I thought, just in case, you might want some help with how to pronounce names and such. I hope that's sufficient enough. Thank you, it is helpful. Let's try 11A04. You're trying to find out more about the Pale Bride, right? You should try showing me a message from the person you'd like to read more entries by. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Forgot what the ID was. 11AA04. AA00. Okay. Those are all the helpful notes, I guess. So I could hypothetically just start filling these in. So I guess it's a little bit trickier because they're not all necessarily in a sequence. Very, very interesting. Alright, let's keep reading and find out more. Wait, if the last year that people were on the ship was 322, and that's when all these people died, I guess they had all gotten on the ship and died here. Okay. But this is supposed to be like again, an ancient story with emperors and things. And also there's peasants and farmers, so I feel like we're getting our wires crossed here. Ah, new character. Oh, Kim Jong-soo. Okay. The adopted father of Kim Young-suk. Okay, searching first. The second month of the 319th year was one of great fortune for the Kim family. While on official business, the captain and Emperor Ryu confided in me that he wished that I had a daughter of marriage age to give him to take as a second wife. His first wife had been unable to provide a son and was becoming increasingly concerned that she never would. At the start of the month, I had no daughter in my family to give. My only son, Young-suk, was still without child, yet it was a perfect opportunity. This may sound fantastical, but I swear it is true. Passed on through the generations of the main branch of the Kim family is a giant egg of translucent luster, such that one can see the form of a sleeping child inside. She is known as the Pale Bride for the inscription on the egg, and she was entrusted in our family to be awakened during a time of great prosperity. Yet, as any man knows, prosperity is seized, not waited on. A daughter to provide the emperor with a son would elevate the family above the other noble houses once and for all. Considering this, I promised the emperor that I did have a daughter who would soon be of marriageable age to present him. Then I smashed the egg, such that the Pale Bride, passed through the Kim family for years, could be adopted as my own daughter. She's a strange child, but will make a fine wife for the emperor. What good fortune this means. Really? An egg?
I'm afraid nearly everything the man wrote was of little value. It all reads like that. Boring, stiff, obnoxiously patriarchal. Are you sure you really want more from King Jong-soo?
Why is this a choice? I'm gonna save here. I guess I want no more information, so I'll just keep looking.
If you insist. Very well. I've added the other relevant entries from him. I'll caution you from taking him seriously, though.
Did I unlock a new block? No, just a new entry. Huh. You know what? I'll go straight to it. Curiosity killed the cat. The Pale Bride grew to be a fine, demure young wife. But she was not always this way. Near the end of the year 319, she had a temper unruly enough to be mistaken for a boy's. Do not look upon her wild days with disapproval. She was from another, less civilized time. Rather, look upon her eventual submission as a testament to her good character and filiality. That she was able to overcome such a wild nature for the sake of the Kim family and the sake of her husband. One evening, she stormed into the common room while I was discussing business matters with the deity.
We need to talk,
she demanded loudly. When I indicated I was busy, that only caused her to become even louder.
Right now.
Embarrassed, I was forced to excuse him to address the child.
Is this a joke? Are you serious? You made wedding plans?
She shrieked at me. Please, calm yourself, I told her, and sat her down. After admonishing her for her rude interruption, I tried to do what I could to calm her myself. It seemed she had a rather bizarre set of expectations. That she wouldn't marry until she was many years after growing into a woman. That she would elope with any love-struck man who came her way with no regard for her own chastity. That she would have no assistance or protection in finding a suitable husband. Simply put, her ideas were as bizarre as they were dangerous. And for this, she had gotten angry at the news, rather than the excitement that one would expect from a girl who found out that she would be getting a husband. Not even the sensational news that it would be to the Emperor, of all people, would calm her.
Was the Pale Bride a time traveler? Huh. Please don't put too much weight into that. A less civilized time, he says. Can you believe that, man? I'm not giving you any more from him. It's not relevant. It's all just ignorant, patriarchal stupidity. What an awful man.
Huh.
(5-103). Okay, so each block is represented by is what starts the key here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Each entry is also tied to who's saying or who writes it. So SZ is Myth Kyung Sam. EZ is also Jin. No, I got ZA over here. The dates don't seem to correlate to the numbers either. I wonder, I wonder. Ooh, the new official. Huh.
On the 13th day, Young Suk finally passed the civil service examination. Otherwise, the final month of the 318th year was without event.
Oh! It was grayed out, but there was still new dialogue here. Okay. I guess I shouldn't trust the gray thing as much as I thought I could. Huh. I suppose you did find him interesting. Well, I don't think there's anything... Well, I don't think there's really anything else you would find relevant.
Huh.
Okay. Let's go read Broken Promise then. From the Pale Bride's perspective. So at this point, I'm like 40% sure it's actually Kim Yune. Oh, right there. Cryostasis. Oh, okay. Time traveler. But like, distant past? Is time circular? March 5th, year 319. Dear Diary, last week, I woke up from cryostasis. Before I went in, Father promised me that when I woke up in the future, they'd have medicine again.
Again?
That I'd finally get better. That I might not see him again, but his descendants would make everything right. But the future broke his promise. I'm scared and confused. I don't get what happened. I think there was a big disaster while I was in theater or something. Everyone's so uneducated and stupid. Father and Mother were kind of dumb at times, but the guy who woke me up, he might be named Kim, but he's nothing like them. Father was wrong. Nothing's better. The future sucks.
Oh, he opened the egg too early. He woke up from cryostasis when it wasn't actually a prosperous time. The world had regressed? Alright, let me save again here. What do you think about Yune?
The Pale Bride did keep an extensive diary. I'll try to find you some more entries.
Do we actually have new entries now? Oh, dang! Holy cow! Okay, a lot of new entries. Probably the most complete one we've seen so far. There's a missing entry though. Okay, these ones do follow the same. EU 22, 54, 8, A2, 12. No. I can't figure out the patterns there. Insufferable child, Young-suk's wife.
Dearest Mother, do you recall how in my last letter I mentioned the Pale Bride being brought into the household? I take back any kind words I might have said about her. That awful child is nothing but the most insufferable person I have ever met. I just thought I would have a little more time of peace. With Young-suk's adopted mother visiting her own family, I have been given full responsibility over that miserable child. What happened to my promised domestic bliss? She is in trouble so often. One would think she were a boy. She acts like one too. I suppose it can't be helped. She says she lived her first 12 years in the past. And I can see it. She certainly acts as though she's from a less civilized time. Just last night, she made a huge scene at dinner time. She kept trying to rudely leave the table in front of Young-suk and father-in-law, loudly insisting that she was too sick to eat. She has said this before, too. I was worried, so I had a doctor examine her. She is, of course, in perfect health. When I asked why she thought otherwise, she started talking about how pale and thin she was. She's not truly unhealthy. All she was doing was rubbing it in that she is far more delicate and beautiful than I. What a cruel little child. Why must she be so spiteful to me?
Well, the Pale Bride also died in the same year as everyone else. Maybe the reason that her birth year is actually hidden here isn't just because she's young, but because the date here would be from the future. And time just loops or something.
Oh, do you want more from Kim Young-suk's wife? Or do you want to reply from her mother?
I'm interested in the reply from the mother, actually.
Sorry. I'm afraid I don't have anything. I can explain why, if you want.
Go ahead.
You have to understand something. It's traditional for women's letters to be deleted after being read, so that disk space can be reallocated. The heck? Women were not able to read without learning over their husband or brother's shoulders, but we have computers and disk space. Women weren't really supposed to read or write. Certainly the nobles did. It's just, the idea was that spending time on education got in the way of important virtues for women, which was serving her husband. Also, the emperor has a computer. So in practice, even if a woman was illiterate, she could at least excuse it by destroying her words afterwards. It's less pretentious if at least the writing wasn't permanent. Does that sound reasonable to you? That's stupid. Yes. Yes, it is. But that's how it is. But regardless, Kim Young-suk's wife was definitely considered a very virtuous woman, so I have none of the letters that she received. So, I'm sorry. I can't give you anything there. I can't give you anything there. Can I try again? Oh, okay, I can. From her, please. Very well. I can give you a couple from his wife. Here you are. Young-suk's wife. Dearest mother. Oh, that is the same one earlier. Different block, maybe? Yeah, these are all the Pale Bride's diaries. Ah, block 9. Okay. Which focus more on Kim Hyuk-suk's story. And his wife. Block 4 is Smith Kyung-sam. Block 5 is the Pale Bride and Kim Jong-soo. Not happening all chronologically, but you can kind of piece it together. Ad break, let's drink water. Okay. Ah, man, this is so interesting, but like, I'm really confused. Here, let me go back to marital admonitions. I can learn about Jaehwa. Okay. Very well. I don't have much on her that I think you could find relevant, though. Let's see. Here, how about this? You got one entry. When my husband asked what I thought of the idea of him taking a new wife, I presented him with the weakest of smiles, but said that I thought it was a good idea if he thought so. That I would be happy if a younger woman were to relieve me of the pressure of bringing him a son. I have no doubt that this is the answer he wanted me to give, with a convincing enough expression to go along with it. If there is one thing I am confident in, it is my ability to read exactly what my husband wants to hear. Having heard that the girl he's considering is only 13 years of age, however, it is certain that I can have no confidence in any other thing. He will take her in a few years, right when she's reached marriage age. She will be at the peak of her beauty, and won't have matured too much, doubtlessly, unlike me. she will have no problem delivering the son he needs. Perhaps jealousy is unbecoming of me, but it is pragmatic too. When we were young, his affections for me were so strong. But now that we are both old, how could I possibly compete with a young bride? Something tells me that Ryuja here wasn't actually... Jaehwa here wasn't all that old. 13 in the year 319. He was woken up in the year 318 then, at 12. And she would have been 16? When she died. Well, that fear turned out to be completely unfounded. You'll see why soon enough, if you read more about the Pale Bride. Defection to the Emperor? Excuse me. Huh. Okay, she does repeat herself. But unless you do specific things, she won't, like, get rid of any entries. Like she did with Muses earlier. With Mutes earlier. Huh. Actually, speaking of Mute... Let me save right here. Go to the override terminal. And I'm curious if I unlocked Mute now. No, it's just Yone. Okay. Unless... with the asterisk? No. Okay. Back into the log here. Let's go to block 5 and read more of the Pale Bride's entries. August 3rd, 319. Dear Diary, today I was forced to stay in the home all day. I didn't get to leave yesterday, or the day before that, or the day before that, or the day before that, or any other day either. I want to write about how much the ship has changed since I was put into stasis, but I can't even see it. I keep asking why I'm being kept prisoner. Nobody will tell me. The woman who keeps bossing me around, she's awful. I'm dying here. I keep telling her I'm sick. That's how I was in stasis to begin with, but she won't listen. She just treats me like I'm a stupid kid. I tried to argue with her. Look at how pale I am. Can you see that I'm sick? I swear, I'm not making up what you said in response. Why must you be so rude? It's not polite for a girl to boast about her beauty. Beauty? I try not to cry in front of her. I've had to do that a lot. I'm not beautiful. I have a compromised immune system. I shouted at her and ran away. I don't remember what you said back. Something about using big words, I think. How stupid is she? She hates me. I don't know why, But she hates me. That's not why I'm not allowed to go visit the ship plaza, though.
Okay, so... Wait. I've been looking at this all wrong. So, it's not that we're in ancient Korea, the year 319. We're on year 319 of the ship? The ship has been in space for 300 years. And the people here just kind of assume the roles of this like feudalistic society despite being on a freaking spaceship. So earlier, when they were talking about the plaza, it's literally the spaceship's plaza. It's just a mall.
Jungsu, the man who keeps telling me to call him father, said the same thing. He promised me that I would have a chance to leave soon, though. I don't think he was being nice, though. I'll write about him more later. Right now I have to go to bed, or the woman will get mad at me again.
So people were actually writing letters into the disk system, into computers. This is so weird.
I'll just let you keep reading. Please, let me know when you've read all the ones I just gave you.
Two months later.
Dear Diary, I got in trouble today. But for the first time, it was my own fault. A little bit, at least. I still think sister-in-law was being crazy about it, but I should have known better. Now that I write it, it looks ridiculous. God, what is living with these people doing to me? The computer console in my room doesn't have anything in it. I don't just mean it doesn't have all the cartoons I bought from Earth, or any of my books or anything. I mean, there's literally nothing there for me to entertain myself with, at all. Nothing. So, I thought to myself that maybe sisters-in-law might be different and checked. It wasn't, so instead, I decided to go check in my father's study. Not snooping or anything, just looking on his computer for books. I'd have thought that it might be bad, but my real father never would have gotten too upset. What could the harm be? I was in there for maybe 10 minutes, looking for anything that was even written in Korean. There was nothing. By the way, every single book, symbols that looked like Chinese characters. Every single one. I think maybe something terrible happened in the past that made all the computer data get deleted, and everyone forgot how to read Korean. And also they got really stupid about things. I don't think I'll ever find out why. It just sucks. Anyway, I was only in there for 10 minutes, searching through the console, when Young Suk walked in. I thought he was going to get angry, but actually, he just acted like he was really scared. He didn't scold me when he dragged me out. He just looked really worried. I only got in trouble when he brought me back to his wife. He told her,
Do you have any idea where she was? She was in the men's quarters, looking through father's computer. Do you have any idea how he would react if he saw that? You're supposed to be watching her.
She apologized repeatedly to him. I just didn't know what to say. I don't think sister-in-law did either. After he left, she gave me this really long and really awful lecture. Why would you go into the men's quarters? Why would you go looking for books? Why must you be so unfilial? Do you really not understand that you're a girl? I told her I didn't understand. I mean, of course I'm a girl. But I had no idea what she was talking about. When I told her that, she just lectured at me more. I hate her so much.
Yeah, but that's the time thing.
So, there's probably one big question that's been on your mind, isn't there? That isn't being addressed at all, right? What happened in between the pale bride being frozen and waking up that made society go all wrong, right?
Right.
I figured. I mean, it's the obvious question. Sorry. I wish I could tell you. But I'm afraid that mystery is forever lost to time. I guess pretty anticlimactic. Sorry.
Huh? Sure it is.
I really want to know too. Whatever terrible thing happened, it must have been really, really big. But I'm afraid all the log data from before the year 1 was wiped, and all the clocks were reset. I guess that's why they call it year 1. Anyway, so nobody remembered what happened in between, or even how long it was between. It was hundreds of years, I assume, but I don't really know. So, yeah. Really sorry to let you down here. That part's going to be a mystery forever. There's nobody who could possibly know. You'll just have to get us a given. Sorry.
Okay, so not time travel. Just an extremely aggressive society that lives on a giant spaceship.
Say, before I keep going, can I just interrupt you for a couple minutes?
Yes, sure.
Thanks, it's just, well, you're finding out so much more about the Mungungwa. But I know absolutely nothing about where you're from. It's not just that there's been no one to talk to for centuries. I mean, I don't like that either. But the ship is all I really know about. And it's been disconnected from all other civilization for so long. So, you're from the United Korean Space Probe Agency, right? Or I guess, maybe a future version of it?
I vaguely remember that being the case. Hang on, let me go back to the VOD here, rewind. Yeah, it's rewind time. Let's see, Salvage Mission, FDL, no, pre-FDL championships in 2000s, the Mungungwa, drifting near Antares B. Historical Society from the Outer Colonies. Download any log files you can find, especially any that can explain what happened to the ship. If possible, speak the security AI mute for assistance. I have no idea actually. So we might lie accidentally here. Let's just say yes.
Right, of course. What I really want to know about is Earth. I mean, I'm sort of aware of it. I know it's the planet we all come from. But I don't really know anything at all about it. I have some ideas, but I don't think they're really right. But you know all about it, right? I mean, even if you're not from there yourself, you know what it's like, right?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. I sort of understand the basics, like it's a big sphere that everyone lives on, and there's unimaginably vast amounts of open space. And you can only see the stars at night, right? Because the sky all looks just like blue during this day. All of this is what I know from the Pale Bride. She never saw Earth. She was second generation, born on the ship after it long left the Earth star system. But her parents were born on Earth, so she heard some stories from them when she was young. And I think they brought a lot of books and movies with them. I don't know. I'm just a little skeptical. Given she was just a child when she learned all that. Maybe she got mixed up. What can I actually ask in a yes or no question? I didn't realize how hard this would be. Well, alright. So the Munganghwa was already supposed to be establishing a colony at some star or other 100 light years away. I know that. That was a really long time ago. Did other ships ever succeed where we didn't? Or is it still just Earth?
Okay, this one we know. There was mention of outer colonies in the incoming message, so there are other planets.
Ah, well, that's wonderful to hear. Oh, I know. Is it really true that on Earth, seasons aren't just metaphors? Like, oh, this sounds silly now that I actually put into words. But the Pale Bride seems to think that winter wasn't just something that happened to just emotionally. On Earth, it was when an actual entire part of the planet turned frigid. Does that have any sort of base in reality?
Actually, yes.
Wow. My word, that's amazing. Seriously? That sounds like... I can't even imagine that. What else was there? Oh, there was a city that her parents were from. I think it was called Pyongyang. They described it as being amazing. If you looked up, all you would see were huge, bright white buildings, as tall as 100 or more decks. And on the, I'm not sure the word for this is. It means sort of, the bottom deck? Anyway, they said that at the bottom, the streets were lined with willow trees, and the tops of the buildings had flower gardens. Have you ever been to that city before? Or at least heard of it?
No.
Oh. Well, maybe it doesn't really exist then.
I mean, I've heard of Pyongyang. I guess I could have answered that. Oh well.
Still, it's an amazing thought. Like, they said they met up in one of those gardens up in the sky and fell in love at first sight. I guess the gardens probably aren't real, and maybe love at first sight isn't either. But geez, it's so awfully romantic, isn't it? That's my question, I guess. Is Earth worth being romantic about? Of course. Oh. I guess I've already wasted enough of your time with all my silly questions, haven't I? There's just... well, please humor me once more, then I promise I'll stop bothering you. Do you think I could ever see Earth?
I guess you could download your AI and like bring you there. It's possible.
Ah, well, thank you for saying that. It just sounds so romantic, and I'd really like to see it someday. Thanks. Very well, I promised I'd stop wasting your time. So, what did you like to ask me about? Dear Diary, this nightmare has gone for so long, I think I'm starting to forget what life used to be like. I have a new theory. Father was wrong about the cryostasis keeping me alive until I could be cured. I think it didn't work at all. I think I just died and went straight to hell. I decided I'm going to write down all the things I used to be able to do, just so I can remember. I used to be able to read books. I used to be able to have friends. I used to be able to go to school. I used to be able to leave the home and go visit the plaza or anywhere else on the ship. I think I even used to be able to be in any part of the house I wanted and talk to visitors as much as I'd like. I have memories of always spending time with my father and mother and brother in the living room. I know my real father thought being respectful is important too, but I don't know. I am so confused now. I thought he always taught me to be strong and to speak up for myself. Did he really say that? I'm being sarcastic, of course. But the scary thing is, sometimes I really do forget. Sometimes I think, if I just was obedient to what sister-in-law tells me to do, it would make things easier. Maybe I should give in and be passive, just sometimes. I'm scared though. What if I end up really believing that? Dear Diary, today I found out why the household servant, I still can't believe we have one, why, has been so insistent on teaching me how to cook. Well, she doesn't call it that. She calls it serving meals. Ah, I live, I serve. A year ago, I wouldn't have thought it sounded sinister. Now I know better. I don't care about this, I told her after the 7th day in a row of her lessons. Can't we do something else? Like going back to sewing? I always loved cosplay. Let's do that. I know it's not fun, but your sister wants you to learn this. And it is very important. Your father's concerned too. So take it seriously, please, young miss. Don't call me that, I said. I don't remember exactly what I said to prompt her next response. Along the lines of, why is it so important, or something. I don't remember what I said. Just her response, which blew me away. So you'll make a good wife, of course. Again, I don't remember what I said in response. Maybe I told her I didn't want to. Maybe I told her that I was too young to care about that. Maybe I said I'd just go marry someone who was good at himself when it was time to care about that. Whatever I said, she didn't take it seriously. Don't be silly, she said, as if I was awfully joking. Your father really is worried about your marriage next year. Now is not the time to joke around with the matter. My what? I asked her. Oh my, she said. He never told you? I'm sorry. Forgive me. Pretend I said nothing. I didn't mean to ruin the surprise. I'm sure he'd want to explain the happy news himself. Are you serious? I asked. The idea didn't make any sense. But since why anything in this hell makes sense, he said yes. You're going to be so happy to hear who it is. He'd better explain, I shouted as I stormed off. He'd better. Oh, hi. Say, do you mind taking a break for a couple minutes? Just a chat?
Go ahead.
Thanks. I appreciate that, really. I appreciate that you're here. I know you've got ulterior motives. What they are, I'm not really sure, but most people do. And that's alright all the same. I'm glad you're reading these logs though, even if you don't really care. It's better than nobody from outside the ship ever seeing them, which is what I thought for sure would happen. Or am I just being cynical? If so, my apologies. Please tell me, what do you think about what you've read of the Pale Bride?
It's tragic.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm really glad to hear you say that. Nobody else seems to think so. There's something... Well, here, I've added another message for you. Just, well... Why don't you read it yourself?
She's giving us the password. Near the end of 319. She became demure after the conversation with this. They did something to her. I'll read about Kim Young-suk first, and his wife. The new wife. My new wife moved in last week, and she has been pestering me ever since. Everywhere I go in the house, she is either following me or waiting outside the door. The first time it happened, it unnerved me like nobody would believe. Most recent time, I had stopped being unnerved and moved on to just being plain annoyed. I only had one thought. Why won't the silly girl just give me some peace? No wonder her parents were so anxious to send her out of home. Send her out to our home. No wonder her parents were so anxious to send her out to our home. Hours before, she had been hanging around the room. I finally kicked her out when my mathematics tutor arrived. The session went on without any hitch, aside from reminding me just how much I hate the damn subject. And after a few hours, he left. And who's kneeling right outside my door? It's her, of course. Have you been here the whole time? I asked her. Of course she had. For the love of... we need to talk. So I brought her back in and sat her down at the desk. What is this? You are driving me insane. I don't have the time to be babysitting you constantly, I said. I wasn't angry, just annoyed. But she looked alarmed all the same. For a moment, I was worried she was going to start crying. Instead, she just turned her head away. Do you hate me? She asked. Women, why must they be so damn emotional? I reminded myself that I was talking to a female. I needed to approach this differently. Look, I said, you are very pretty. I appreciate that you're trying. So no, of course I don't hate you. She looked back at me, seeming like she was holding back tears. Then, why don't you need me for anything? Is there nothing I can do for you? No, not unless you can help me study the classics. She looked down. Right now, nothing is more important to me than passing the civil service exam. Can you even read? A little, she said. A little isn't enough, I replied. What if I sat in on your lessons? I could learn more. I'd be quiet, of course. Please. I was about to say no. Then I changed my mind and agreed when I heard her next line. At least give me a chance to earn your approval. At least give me a chance to earn your approval. Please? Probably reminded of himself, huh? Well, despite the incredibly strange age gap, it did seem they were in love. He wanted to be High Magistrate, right? Mother managed to convince her husband to adopt. Okay. Just... well, why don't you read yourself? She was really mad at Kim Young-suk's wife. Incredible how they didn't even let her keep her name. She just referred to as Young-suk's wife in the logs. Yeesh.
Dearest mother, it seems as though there will be a new girl in the family. I don't really understand the details, but her name is the Pale Bride, and it seems as though she's a 13-year-old girl. And it seems as though she's a 13-year-old girl who had been kept inside a giant egg through some sort of magical technology, passed through the Kim family over generations. As I said, I don't understand how such a thing is possible, but she seems nice enough. Oh, this is the first letter before the change of mind there. After a year, though, she fully changed. Young Suk seems quite annoyed at her arrival, however. He explained to me why. The plan is to offer her as a concubine to the Emperor. She is young and beautiful, and he is still without a son. So, it'll probably go a long way in currying favor. And that's bad? I asked him. Not strictly, he admitted. But it means Father doesn't have much faith in me. If he's making contingency plans that don't require my involvement, now I'll never know if my success is on my own merits, or because the Emperor thinks the girl he'll give him is cute. Did you even tell him your plan of working your way to becoming High Magistrate? If he knows that, how can he think a contingency is necessary? I asked. Good question, he said, and left the room looking annoyed. To this date, these worries of his still seem to plague him, and I can't seem to do anything to relieve him of that. Right, the ball of insecurity. So they were in the plaza of the ship eating food. So in the year 322, gave the first kiss. Goodness gracious. Excuse me. Hmm. 4 full years later. Well, I know I said it was a different time earlier, but now we know it was the future. Yeesh. Trying to see if there's any new dialogue here from her. The Smith family. The music weirdly changes in Block 4 here. Another interesting thing is that also Jin actually gets her name here. Alright. After I read the Pale Bride entry, I'm gonna take a break. It has been 2.5 hours since we started, so, you know, I'm due for a break. Before that, before we get this password, I think it's time for me to revisit Newt's entry. 6-22A. The entirety of Block 6. What if I try...
6-22B. 6-23A. Okay. I'll keep block 6 in there though. I don't know if it really changes anything, but here we go, everyone. The password. At least use my real name. Dear Diary. This week, I tried to convince the old man to put me back into stasis by going on a hunger strike. It didn't work. Obviously. On the plus side, at least I figured out where that stupid name they all keep calling me came from. Oh, they didn't actually give us a name. Wait, no, there's more pages. Sorry. That last bit was from yesterday. I couldn't bring myself to keep going. I just kept crying. I still would be, but, well, it just gets exhausting after a while. I'm too tired to cry. Things aren't going to get better. They can't get better. I'm not going to get put back into stasis. I'll be dead by the time I'm 18. Why, oh why, did I ever agree to be frozen in the first place? If the future can't make it better, I would rather die with my family here. I'd rather die with my family there. At least, rather than these awful Kims. I wonder if they'll realize I was right after I die. Anyway, hunger strike. It was really hard. And I kinda cheated by sneaking in the kitchen while nobody was looking. But at least convinced father to listen. Fine, he said by the fourth dinner time. I'll show you why I can't. Up until he said that, I had been hopeful. Everything would be fine if he just held me back, I thought, but... Sorry. I guess I've been trying to track this down for 2 days now. It's really hard. Anyway, he took me to go see the egg I hatched from. His stupid name for the status pod. When he said hatched, the worst possible thing came to mind. Worse, it turned out to be true. In order to get me out, he had smashed apart the glass with a hammer. The pod was still full of shards. All my hope died when I saw that broken glass. The time was right to bring you into this world, he said. I don't remember what I said. Something obscene, probably. It wasn't enough. I know it's hard, Pale Bride, but it is for a greater purpose. What was the point of arguing? It was broken, and nobody in this awful future would know how to fix the pod now. Instead, I argued with what I could. Why do you keep calling me that? I said to him. He responded by pointing at an inscription on my... my real pod left on the pod. A message for me to read when I woke up. The first line was written in Chinese characters. His idea of being fancy, I suppose, but he explained them in Korean underneath. See? The old man told me. The rest is foreign and archaic, but it names you at the top, the Pale Bride. It didn't say that. It didn't say that at all, I shrieked at him in response. You idiot! You moron! You illiterate! Probably some other things too, I can't remember exactly. I was furious. Are you stupid? That's not how those characters read. It says, to my sick daughter. Sick daughter. Sick daughter, you little monster. It says sick daughter. Me. He started to argue, but then stopped. I think he was patronizing me, as if I can't read simple Korean script. He just asked in the smuggest voice. Then what should I call you, child? I screamed. I had already told him 1,000 times before. Hyune. My name is Hyune. Okay. That one I kind of figured out, but they didn't give her last name. like a new slot here. Yeah, there's a shocking there's a shocking revelation for you again. Yeah, there's a shocking revelation for you. I can guess what you're going to ask, and yes, it's me. Well, you asked for all those logs, right? That's information you were looking for, wasn't it? I'm not really an AI. I mean, I am now, but I used to be a girl, and I just thought... Well, I thought it'd be easier to just pretend to be the log-keeping program, rather than explain the whole situation. I don't really wish to drag out the point. You've already heard enough about me. I'm sure you don't want more. I mean, I understand. I figured out what you were actually looking for at the very start. I saw your login attempt. I know what you're trying to do, and, well, I've re-enabled it. Oh, she blocked us from logging in. Just, please, be honest with me. What is it that you want to know about? You. Honestly. Really? You really mean that? Yes. Wow, I don't know what to say. I'm not really used to this. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening to me. After so many years, after what happened, it's just really nice to be heard. If I could hug you right now, I would. Huh. No more log entries, huh? Let me load this real quick. Okay, it's the same thing. All right. Let's save here. So I could access the override terminal now with the password. May I ask you to do me a favor, please? There's a block of data that I can't access. For some reason, I think it's been flagged so that only humans can. All I get is a sharp pain every time I try. I really want to know what's in there. Can I get you to drop to the console and take a look? Once you're in super user mode, just type decrypt block 3. Can I decrypt the other blocks too? Alright, let's take a break here. When we come back, we're going to, well, break some things. Whew. The plot thickens.
What can we do to help her regain her health? We'll just have to wait for now. Perhaps Miss Sotheby will have some good ideas. Please, excuse this apple's excessive concern. Miss Sotheby? Sotheby is leaning on the bed, her face so close to Crystalla's and her breath making her hair flutter on her forehead.
Are you sure she'll wake up if we just wait?
Her voice sounds cautious. That's how it worked the last few times.
But she sounds like a trapped two-horned beast.
You're right. She looks uneasy.
Maybe conventional medicine isn't ideal for her. I think she needs something specific to her condition.
But We don't even know what her illness is. Oh. It's a congenital condition. There's no other case like it in the world. Not exactly cancer, but something similar to that type of illness. Of course, this is just the apple's assessment.
It's the Coochie Bun Bun disease.
Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Whoa, living on a prayer. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh.
You mean this? This whole place is
Living
yours?
on a prayer.
Boss, I know some rich jerks that would pay through the nose just to build a house here.
It took all of my rolls, but we got Jay. Oh boy.
The sky is still dark and the market is empty.
Okay.
The caravan rolls past rows and rows of familiar paths, the alleys they used to run through, the streets Miss Serja would chase them down. Clothes hanging out to dry pass over her, fish stalls that reek with the lingering scent of yesterday's catch, everything so familiar yet suddenly strange. The kids chase after the caravan like yipping puppies, barking out with excitement. Until the caravan crosses the village gates, that invisible line separating their whole little world. And the kids come to a halt.
Goodbye, boss.
Their small shadows close together, becoming a neat and solid row as they watch.
Hey, does the caravan feel heavier than before? No, you're just hungry and overthinking things again. Rat pellets. Now on the floor. To be honest, you're still pretty hungry. It wouldn't hurt to eat a little more, right? You could see yourself getting used to the crunchy texture. Jeez. What kind of lifestyle has this guy been living before this point to be okay with this? Sure. You scoop up another hat. You scoop up another fistful of pellets and eat them without second thought. Crunch. Why did you do that? Those pellets still don't taste great. In fact, the more you chew on them, the bitter they... Oh crap. Of course there was something in the food. Whatever it was, it's making everything throb like crazy. Your chest, your head, your eyes. But your throat's clammed up. You can't scream or cry or moan. And breathing is getting harder and harder. And soon... Are you serious? Your vision goes black. Is that an ending? Lab report number 310. Subject expired shortly after ingesting higher than recommended daily serving of cyanide-laced rodent feed. Oh, it's not even dog food, it's rat food. Great. And also, cyanide. Well, that was quicker than expected. You said it, Shelley. Contributing factors to death. Evidently, their stomach was bigger than their brain. May need to reevaluate. Alrighty, folks. Whew. Time to unlock the next key. No, it's still the same. Okay. Huh. Success. Admin password accepted. You are now recognized. Warning. System error detected. Data corruption in AI core has been detected. Try recovering now? No? Error. Unable to proceed without performing recovery. Returning to restricted mode. Fine, fine. Checking for damaged sectors. 32 damaged sectors detected. Now attempting repair. Man, this place is ominous. Success. 32 sectors repaired. Currently available personalities. Q&A and mute. Ah. I see now. Okay. Swan said I might need 2 playthroughs to see everything. Now I understand. Did she sabotage mute? Well, I'm in super mode now, so I could decrypt block 3. Or I could talk to mute, which I'm gonna do. Let's switch over to mute here. Unknown command. Did you misspell it? Oh, hang on. Enable _AI mute. Success. Personality mute is now activated. You may now close this terminal with quit. In super mode, we have reactor, PSS, copy, power control, decrypt. Reactor. Reactor is currently enabled. Uses reactor action. Emergency override control over the power system. Available options, enable, disable. Okay. Color me curious. Disable. Did you misspell it? Try help for command list. Reactor. Disable. Reactor has not been seen recently. Shutdown could cause damage. Unable to safely disable in a non-emergency situation. Huh. Okay. Reactor is already enabled and active. Yes. Emergency control action override of power storage systems. Available sections. Switch battery, enable, disable. Power storage system status disabled. Will use primary battery when enabled. Primary battery remaining 0.1%. Secondary battery remaining 20%. Power usage at 99%. Holy cow. Oh, it's already disabled. Huh. Insufficient power in active battery to meet power demands without reactor. Try disabling unnecessary subsystems with power_control. No action given. Enable, disable list. Multiple systems be enabled, disabled in a single line. Bulkheads, communications, cores. Storage empty, not currently in use. Docking system for passenger transport, gravity. Main computer controls main functions and cores. Do not ever disable. Rail, internal transmit systems for rapid access decks. Sensors. Waste. Current disabled subsystems. Life support. I think I need that. How am I okay? It was turned off. Did Hyunei turn it off? Okay. Well. I'll get back to that later. I'm not sure what it wants to do there just yet. Copy. None of arguments given. Copy source core, target core. Transfer state is stored in source core in the target core. Warning. Any AI program transferred will be unexecutable until stored in own core. And then we have decrypt. Decrypt's block of data can be accessed by all, including AIs. Oh, letting them read. Okay. Let's quit for now that I've activated mute. Okay. Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait. Remote connection established. Is there somebody out there? From outside the ship? Okay, sorry. I'm just taking an inventory of systems right now. Could you give me a second here? I got my commission for 22 years? Right, that's kind of messed up. Anyway, I'm up to speed now. Logs are basically saying that nothing has happened since I went offline, except the ship slowly losing power, and the main reactor has seen better days. But you, hello. You're the first person from outside the ship I've had contact with in, well, as far as I can remember. I'm Mute, AI in charge of the Mungungma security operations. Nice to meet you. Okay, it looks like I can't actually get any text input from you. I'm guessing this is all that crazy-ass murderer's fault. I'm sorry. But why don't you tell me a bit about yourself anyway? Like, sorry, this is kind of a weird question, but are you a man or a woman? Doesn't really matter. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, got to tag by the door. Eeny, miny, mo. Gotcha, sir. That's good to know. Do you have any idea how hard it is to talk to someone when you don't even know that much about them? So, where are you from? Earth? Or are you from one of the colonies? Wait, they are colonies, right? I mean, I always got the impression that the ship was supposed to be founding one. Yes. Oh, okay. So you're from one of them or from Earth? Earth. Let's just say Earth. I don't actually know for sure. Cool. I wish I could ask you what it's like. Cool. I wish I could ask you what that's like. I think I'm from there too. But, well, my memory only goes back 300 years before getting deactivated. Pretty much all my knowledge of anything before the year 0
comes secondhand from the pale bright childhood diaries and, well, man, they're about as childish as it possibly gets. Guess I'm not really going to find out more with that line of questioning though, right? Okay. What else is important that I can ask in binary questions? If she was deactivated, how was there an entry from mute? Oh, I know. So are you married yet? No? Fair enough. Related to that, I don't really know much about how spaceships are or anything, but I can get a visual on yours and it looks really, really small. Is just you all alone there? They said they were social, so I assumed yes. A man in the middle of space all on his own. Sounds awfully romantic. Well, I think that's about all I can think of for now. Sorry, it's not really a lot to go off of, I know. Although I guess I did get the most important things. I'll let you know if I think of anything else, alright? Anyway, from what it looks like, you were going over some logs that crazy murderer's bench, right? I'd love to help you with those instead. As an added bonus, I promise I won't ever commit mass murder, unlike a certain someone. Ah. I see. Ah, the Smiths. Huh. Looks like we had an unreliable narrator earlier. Because Yune said that the Smiths weren't important. Okay, so what is it that you want to know about? Why don't you show me something and I'll see what I can find for you, okay? Well, right off the bat. This. The perfect wife, huh? Wow, I can't believe I actually said that about her. No, I know. That's not why you're showing me that, is it? You want to hear about the Smith family, I'm sure. You're gonna love this. Those people had problems like you would not believe. Technically, I belong to the Ryu family, but... well, I spent a lot of time keeping up on the Smith family's gossip. They used to be the most important noble house. Above even the Kims, you know. So I know a lot about them. What sort of things do you want to hear about? Let's go general history for now. Oh sure, it's all very fascinating stuff. Problem is, somebody encrypted it all in such a way that I can't access it all. No way I can. Captain's orders. Captain Emperor. Oh, I just got that. And unfortunately, I'm literally incapable of disobeying. But if you have admin access, you can get them yourself. Just type decrypt block 3 from the console and that'll open it all up. Oh, is that all? Something truly scandalous? I can definitely do scandalous. Oh, you're going to absolutely love this. It's really, really hot. Unfortunately, it probably doesn't go into much detail as you'd like, but, well, just see for yourself. Aha, a new block. Okay, let's follow helpful notes for now. The Smith family tree. Oh.
There are more entries. Smith Sang-min. Smith Sang-kyu, who we saw earlier. Smith Sang-jung. Smith Dae-hyun, Smith Dae-ho. Smith Kyung-sam, Smith Jun-woo. I don't see Ryu here anywhere, or mute. Okay, yeah. So here's what a family tree is supposed to look like. None of that weird cluttered mess that Hyun-ae did. But here's a few notes of my own about some of the women that you might actually care about. Smith Sang-hee, older sister of the main Smith branch, married into the Hwang family in 285, widowed in 314, taken in by younger Hwang brother in 317, no sons. Oh So-jin, 294 to 322, married Smith Sang-min in 310. No sons of daughters of her own. Jang Mi, 298-392, courtesan, purchased by and married Smith Sang-min in 313, no sons. Hannah, 305-322, courtesan, entertained Smith Sang-min, no sons or daughters. Smith Min-hee, 313-322, Smith Sang-min's daughter by the courtesan Jang Mi, promised to Park family, but not formally married. Well, I think that speaks for itself, doesn't it? That's what genealogy is supposed to look like. Hope it's more helpful. Not really? It's kind of the exact same thing, just horizontal instead of vertical. I'm guessing the blank here is supposed to be her, maybe. And I guess the pale bride wasn't made to marry the dead 6-year-old. They just put the name in red next to them because it's a sister. Okay. Or, well, adopted sister. Well, let's go do something crazy. Let's reactivate the other AI. Yeah, be normal. Oh, hello again. So, were you able to get that block? No, sorry. Oh, that's alright. Then, I understand. Don't worry about it. I'm sure there was just some sort of problem, right? Given the way the system is, that's no surprise. Well, if you want to talk about something else, then that'll be perfectly fine. Actually, can I just decrypt block 3? Okay. Decrypt. block 3. Oh, you can see that, just do that. And because I did afterwards, it didn't show properly. Okay. And on the timeline, I should see what decrypting the block does. Yeah, what a mess. Leave it to her to clear things up with users' names. It's no surprise coming from someone as childish as her, of course. Okay, yeah, no. A based? Seriously? What a complete and utter misrepresentation. In case it wasn't obvious, that's a completely liberal and messed up translation. Yes, it's a common phrase, but that's not what it means. What it really just means is male superiority. That's all. Fine, it's a cliche that kinda states the obvious, so what? I don't know where she's pulling this women are base nonsense from. Maybe the original Korean? Stupid. Hey, look, I'm sorry. But I'm not really sure I get why you're showing me this. As far as I can tell, it's not relevant to anything. If you could just explain in words, I'd be fine, but, well, sorry. I don't really have anything to go off of. Maybe try something similar and see if I make the connection? Otherwise, I'm afraid I've got nothing. I'm not sure if that was a clue or if that was just like saying there's something there. 11-BB02. No, nothing there. Okay. Gotcha. So you want to hear about the Smith family? Oh yeah, you're gonna love this. Huh. I spent a lot of time keeping on the Smith family's gossip. They used to be the most important noble house. Above even the Kims, you know? So I know a lot about them. Oh, it's the exact same thing. So whether you're reading it from here... From here... It's the same. Oh no, it just leads back in. Okay. They really want me to decrypt block 3 for some reason. Gotcha. Okay, same thing there. It really wants to get block 3 for some reason. guess I'll just keep clicking through until I see something new. So, like, you've talked to her a fair bit, right? Where did they have you an A? I don't hate her. Seriously? You can stand her? Did she tell you about the whole mass murder thing? Or did she conveniently leave that out? She didn't. No, of course not. I'm sure even that awful bench is ashamed of what she did. Or maybe she just wanted to impress you. I don't think most men are turned on by that kind of lunacy. So I can see why she'd hide that. It's probably better if you don't hear it from me, though. I don't think you'd even believe it. Better to ask for yourself. Okay, so what I'm going to do is give you an entire block that's full of nothing but questions for her. It might be a little hard to get the whole story out of her, but if you fake sympathy, she'll probably actually believe you. So, there you are. A few questions to give to her. Drag the truth out of her, then tell me how crazy you think she is. I'll read out here about the Pale Bride. Interesting. Oh, I don't really know anything about this Kim Young-suk. I only know about men who are actually of some importance. I don't think I can help you there, sorry. He was magistrate, though. Huh. They both kind of just disregard each other's families. Well, not each other's families, but the other two families here. Oh, this is you, right? Because you said you're from the Ryu family. Jaehwa. So, you want to talk about Ryu Jaehwa, huh? Oh, okay, I guess I was wrong. She was kind of more than just my queen. It's... Well, I guess I have to explain my own position for it to make sense. So, like, yeah, I appear to just be a woman, but that's my personal appearance. I'm actually, you know, a computer program. So when I say I was, well, I still am actually, in charge of security for the whole ship, I mean it. I was an actual official. I outranked pretty much everyone on the ship, save for the Emperor, and of course, by extension, his primary wife. So while I might have reported directly to the Emperor in theory, and I did with others in the past, Emperor Ryuin Ho chose to let that sort of thing go through his wife instead. What this all getting at is, for all intents and purposes, she was my real mistress, not him. You're pretty close. Well, as close you can be to your better anyway. I liked her a lot. She was actually really intelligent for a woman, and was surprisingly tough for a noble. I know. Doesn't really sound attractive, but trust me, with her, it was pretty okay. She managed to be great while still knowing her place. So yeah, like I said, I liked her a lot. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. This high point. I remember those admonitions because I actually helped her write them. I mean, I didn't write a single word or anything, but she asked me for advice. Mostly she was just modest. Kim Hyung-suk somehow got asked to mute directly, though. So, let me see. I really want you to get the right impression of her, you know? She kind of wrote a lot. Well, nobody's perfect. Yeesh. Talk about product for your time. Although Mute was supposed to be from before this whole weird society started. Alright, folks. Okay. Okay. Don't let that cloud your judgment of her, though, alright? I mean, I'm not impressed either, but at least it means you'll be able to see what she was like. Alright, I've got 3 for you to see. Well, one's kind of actually about me, but still. It shows you just how good a person she was. If you want to see the rest of the admonitions, let me know. I can do that too. Right, so admonitions then. Well, when your parents do find you a wife, your mother probably has a set of these prepared for her. Assuming she knows how to write at least. Anyway, the point is, it's considered fairly typical for a new gentleman's bride to get a series of verses explaining what will be expected of them as a wife, as well as just friendly advice. Well, the reason why these ones aren't written in verse is pretty simple, I guess. It's because the Queen Ryu Jaehua had absolutely no ear for it. Honestly, personally, I think that's pretty endearing. But she was really worried about the pale bride, since she was a younger, prettier girl of her husband and all. So she wanted to make a really strong impression. I suggested to her that what she'd do was that she'd do what she was good at. Just write them in prose. Since if she was as uneducated as I thought she would be, and she was, it's not like she'd know any better anyway. Well, I guess it backfired a little, since it turned out that she was so uneducated that she didn't actually even know any letters. Whoops. Anyway, here, let me just give you a giant info dump and pass along all the admonitions for you to see yourself. Well, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that letting my mistress tell that crazy bench the admin password is sure the greatest mistake any man has ever made in Direship's history.
Whoops, didn't realize you'd actually use it. As if anything good could have possibly come from trusting a woman with that sort of power. I mean, sure, he was counting on her not knowing how to use a computer, rather than being some sort of genius with it, but come on. Well, I'm sure you'll see for yourself soon enough.
There's so much.
To the woman who will marry my husband. As you are doubtlessly aware, it is traditional for a nobleman's mother to write poetic admonitions to be sent to the bride-to-be before she enters the family, explain the circumstances and proffering advice to her. Sadly, your mother-in-law has long since passed, leaving the responsibility in my hands. I never had any such letters sent to me, for reasons which I'll explain soon enough, and I furthermore studied verse only enough to know that I am unable to write it well. I hope you do not think less of me, young pale bride. For addressing these letters in plain speech instead, rather, pay attention to my words over my form, and please, do not be hasty in reading these letters after reading for your own sake. I hope you find the advice and knowledge I will impart on you useful. Yeah, like I said, I suggested she just wrote them in straight prose. As for the reason she didn't get anything from her own mother-in-law, well, that's pretty complicated. There were some kind of issues in the family there. You'll see what I mean when you read on. As you're no doubt aware, the Ryu family has an extremely long and proud history. Every man to hold the title Captain and Emperor has always been of our house, and you are here to make sure that continues for another generation. The name goes all the way back to the ancient times. Mythology speaks of a Captain Ryu who had control of even the entire ship's movement through the stars themselves. Such things remain far removed from everyday life, but it is important to understand the significance of the house, and of the title that your first son will eventually come to inherit. Well, if that sounds like a kind of simplest explanation, you have to understand, it's not really like anyone had the frame of reference to really get space travel. Even I only sort of barely understand it, and I'm the ship's computer. Imagine what it must be like for some barely educated woman in a society that doesn't really understand its technology, having only ever lived inside the ship. So, her description of the captain and emperor's role is... well, it's a little mythologizing, okay? But it's pretty much accurate, right?
I guess.
To the woman who will marry my husband, it's an obvious matter that I do have the same family name as my husband. The official story, if you had already heard it, is that we are cousins, making our marriage improper and less than ideal, but somewhat acceptable given the circumstances. At the time, there were no noble daughters who had not already been promised or given away in marriage, and obviously, a girl of any lesser upbringing could not possibly be suitable as a queen. Hence, cousins would simply have to do. Strictly speaking, this is all true. The part about there not being any noble daughters available is not a misrepresentation. And as far as any official genealogy is concerned, the Emperor is the son of my father's brother. The part which you may not speak of openly is that he is the old Emperor's son only by adoption. As far as blood goes, my husband is also my brother. As children, we never lived together, and it would of course have been truly improper to have spent any time together at that age. I would never say anything such as that my husband actually arranged for there to be no noble daughters to marry, out of his desire to marry me. That would, of course, be a rather bold move to accuse an emperor of such. But you may wish to consider what the implications might be if such a thing truly did happen. I leave it to you to decide whether or not such a thing is plausible. All I will say is that, despite our marriage being one of necessity, my husband has always been very fond of me. Yikes. Mm-hmm. So the Emperor adopted the cousin to the main family. And then she married her brother. Yeah, that's okay. What she's suggesting? That is gross and wrong and definitely, well, I don't think a bold move even begins to cover what she's saying. I think either the women were like curried off or he pressured all the men to take wives. I feel bad saying this. I liked her. We were close. She was a good woman. But my real master was the Emperor, and it would be a disservice to give her a pass on this. She was way over the line here. She was over the line? The Emperor was the one who, like, apparently made it sure that he wouldn't be able to marry anyone else but his own sister. I think it's damn irresponsible of her to even consider telling the pale bride that. Why would she even need to know? Oh, that's where your hang-up is. I see. Anyway, I don't even buy the implication. I don't think it's even true. I don't know if you noticed, but the Mugawa's birth rates are... oh, well, it's not good. They've been bad for generations, but they were just getting worse and worse. Among noble families, they weren't even at replacement rate anymore. I have no idea why. Nobody really ever wanted to acknowledge it. So what I'm saying is, even ignoring the fact that he wanted, and her suggestion is just wrong, I don't think the Emperor would have to contrive it so that there weren't any noble daughters of proper age. The simple fact of the matter is, that sort of incest has ended up being necessary, and apparently didn't help, since even she couldn't deliver a son anyway. Right, the bloodlines were too close. No awful inappropriate theories are necessary. To the woman who will marry my husband, as for your responsibilities, your burden will be quite light. You will, of course, be expected to be the model of feminine virtue. But truthfully, I do not expect you will have very much trouble with this. So long as you keep your head down, avoid scandal, and keep quiet, that'll more than suffice. As far as day-to-day is concerned, you will have nothing to concern yourself with, as this is the royal family you are marrying into. As queen, I run the management of the house affairs. I will not require any assistance from you in that regard. As part of royal concubine's demonstration of modesty, you will have to share my own personal servant, and will not have one of your own. While you will not have to be responsible for all the housework, be modest, and do not remain idle at her expense. You are expected to be as unseen as the servants, and to be voiceful only in the most moderation. Do not speak harshly to your servant, and be appreciative of what she does and not incompassionate. Your one sole responsibility will be spending as much time with the Emperor as it takes to produce a son. After you give birth, you will not need to worry about raising him. I will be there to make sure that all is arranged for. Simply make our husband happy, keep out of sight, and give him a son, and you will have no more to worry yourself with. Well, I guess I'll grant the pale bride one thing. You never had to worry about her being out of turn. Really, at the time, she seemed like the perfectly virtuous wife, right up until she snapped at the end. I know. How to even reconcile that, right? How can someone seem so close to being the pinnacle of feminine virtue that turn out to be so completely messed up? I still don't get it. Not even slightly.
Damn, we're unlocking a lot real fast.
To the woman who will marry my husband. The virtues which you are expected to demonstrate are simply those expected of any woman, and given your noble upbringing, I will not condescend to treat you as if you already know them quite well. You are expected to be quiet and obedient, to me, as well as obviously to our husband. Perchance you are scolded. Trust my judgment as your elder. I will never act out of anger or spite. If scolded by her husband, always respond with a smile, for your relationship with him must always be warm, and he is a wise man. I do not, however, anticipate such things will be problems. He told me of the interview in which he spoke to you, and had nothing to report at all in your manner of speech, so I trust it was entirely proper and polite. In light of that, I will say nothing further of the matter. As far as ritual obligations go, you have none. Save for following my lead, both your mother and father-in-law are long dead, so you have no further obligations to them. I had trouble trusting at first, but I anticipate nothing you could be surprised by.
Huh. Why were the Smiths important?
My fear of the pale bride, it seems, was unfounded. In my letters to her I wrote that I was not jealous. A lie, of course. As queen, it's true that I have authority over any of my husband's other wives, but that authority does certainly not extend to his affections, especially since she is a beautiful woman of only 15 years, and I'm a withered old lady 20 years her senior.
35. Wow, so old.
I would be a fool not to be jealous. And yet I am not. Until she officially married my husband, I had only seen her briefly. At the formal interview aside from her beauty, she had made hardly any impression. But now she is living in my house, and I have seen more of her while she's not busy attending the Emperor. And I realize now, I have no cause for jealousy that is any fault of hers. She hasn't spoken a single word to me, and only looks at me from a distance. At first, I mistook this for arrogance, as though she might thought me unworthy of approaching. I realized soon that it's not so. I see no smugness in her eyes, nor do I see happiness nor sadness, nor anything else. She is afraid of me, not the sort of fear that would show in her eyes, the sort of fear that would paralyze or leave her on edge. It is hardly noticeable at all, and yet I can tell. Her fear is that resignation, the sort of fear where one simply waits for what one believes to be inevitable. Whatever it is she thinks I will do to her, she's not afraid that I'll be jealous. She knows it, and is simply waiting for the consequences. I cannot be jealous of a woman like that. I feel for her. I want her to feel welcome. I want her to give her the hope she has clearly lost back. It is not out of jealousy that I say I earnestly want her to understand how lucky she is. When I last saw her, I took her aside and said, "Please, you do not have to fear me. If you ever wish to talk to me, please do find me." She said nothing, but she did smile a little. I have seen her smile before, but only in a hollow way, where the mouth moves but no emotion stirs in the eyes. This was not that kind. I can hardly say what the twinkle in her eyes meant, but at least, I don't think this resignation. I do hope she talks to me soon, for her own sake.
Hello, Winfish. Nice to meet you. I am playing Analog A Hate Story, which was recommended to me by my friend Tangerine, and is a reward for our fundraiser efforts for the music videos. It is tough. It was described to me as a handmaid's tale in space, and boy, I haven't read the handmaid's tale, but if it's anything like this, yeesh. It's really interesting and deeply problematic in terms of like the things the characters are going through here in this story. On a scale of 1 to 10, how Filipino are you? I'm curious. I don't know how you can scale your citizenship or blood necessarily. I guess if I was half Filipino, I could be 5, but I'm full, so I guess 10. Oh. Right. Because the description had the Filipinos, right? That's why you asked. But like scaling it is a weird question. Let me see here. Here it is. Content warning for anyone who is listening to me read the story. My weird person, thank you very much. Likewise. Content warning, folks. This story has abuse, gaslighting, body trauma and violence, casual misogyny, undertones of pedophilia, ephophilia, incest, detailed description of miscarriage, conversations about suicide, and sexual content. It's all text-based, but still, they don't shy from descriptions for sure. If at any point folks feel uncomfortable about that, feel free to lurk or to step aside, to step away from the stream. Not aside, away from the stream, if you feel discomfort with these topics. Can be disturbing, indeed. To the woman who will marry my husband, I will not tell you to avoid court politics entirely, so long as you not cause trouble. But I will suggest that you simply watch from a distance. The temptation may exist to meddle, especially if you ever talk to the artificial girl Mute, who lives outside our computer. She is a gossip, and a friend of the Smith noble family, and is responsible for revealing much of what they try to keep hidden. She may seem fickle, but she does belong to the House of Ryu, first and foremost, and is quite loyal. Nevertheless, meddling is not in your best interests. Do not play politics, not only for our sake, or for the sake of being a virtuous wife, but for the sake of your own family as well. They will receive favor not through any scheming on your part, but through our husband's will. Entertain yourself with gossip if you so wish, so long as you keep quiet about it, but stay out of politics. In the end, you will manage to go much farther if you rely only on rewards for being a good wife. She's right in what she instructed the pale bride, but man, I don't really agree with her assertion there. I wasn't a gossip. Look, yeah, I'm a social creature, of course. That's my job. I'm glad that my mistress valued me, but I don't really like the way she's characterizing me as just being some chattery, gossiping woman. I was always way better than that. I wish I'd have realized it. So yeah, we're playing as this scavenger ship. We were given an easy gig as a long-lost colony ship from before Fast and Light Travel was found out here in depths of space next to the Astara B star. However, it seems that when we got onto the ship, two things were very immediate. All the people who were supposed to be on it were dead, and the ship's computer had restarted about 300 years ago, and they all decided to have this feudalistic society on a spaceship, where patriarchy is the vogue, and the, what do you call it, society just like fully regressed. The ship's AI, Mute and Hyune here, are connections here to the what happened in the past. But at first I was really confused. I was like, why are we talking about ancient China or Korea or whatever on a spaceship? And now we know it's because it's not actually the year 312 or 322. It's the year 322 after the ship's clock reset. Okay, let's go to Block 4. Morning dress. Huh. Normally, my conversations in Mute are of a rather frivolous nature. Gossip in the affairs of some of the more important noble houses, as well as her trying to bait whatever she is able out of me. When I think of such a flow of information as valuable, so I might pass news to my husband that he might otherwise hear, I would not consider her attitude to have any resemblance to seriousness. Previously, I had assumed that this was simply impossible due to her nature. While I do not really understand how, despite her explanations, anyone could live inside a computer screen, she says that she is an artificial person. I had assumed that, perhaps, her absence of a soul prevented her from feeling serious emotions. Ordinarily, she wears incredibly bold, colorful clothing, her golden hair absurdly well adorned. For the past month, however, she has been uncharacteristically humble, wearing unappealing brown dress with her hair undecorated. My curiosity got the better of me at last. Please, I have wondered, why are you so attired? It is unlike you, I asked. She gave me an odd look. Huh? Huh? She asked. It's morning dress. That much was obvious, and not particularly the thrust of my question. Did you not tell me you were thousands of years old, and that you have no family? For what reason are you wearing mourning? She gave me an annoyed look. A friend of mine died, okay? No, I don't have a family. It's always been just me, but this guy was a really good friend, and he definitely deserves that kind of respect. She said, we were super close. Do you wish to tell me about him? I asked. She gave me another look that I couldn't quite read, but she seemed somehow sad. Nah, she said. I don't want to talk about it. Not now. I miss him too much. Hey, I'm going to go now, okay? I'll talk to you later. I said goodbye to her, and she disappeared from the computer screen, but as she did, I could have sworn that I saw her start to cry. Okay, so what is it you want to know about? Why don't you show me something that I'll see I can find for you, okay? Look, I don't want to talk about it, okay? It's personal. I'm sorry. 1014, year 315. The pack of idiots. Oh, good idea, Riku. I have been talking for 4 hours straight. Let me take a lozenge too. Oh, I'm fresh out. I gotta buy more again. That's the last lozenge. I'll have to head to the store to buy some more. Okay. Mute's questions. Mute. How are you doing? How do you feel about me? Why don't you treat me with more respect? What do you really look like? How old are you? How do you feel about Mute? Why couldn't you settle for happy marriage? Did you ever have any friends? Why did you kill all those people? Yeesh. Look, the questions are for her. They're perfectly straightforward. I don't think they need an explanation. Take them to her yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. It's probably best if you hear straight from the crazy Bench's mouth yourself. Okay, so I kind of noticed you haven't gone to Hyundai yet to get the whole story about the murders. Why is that? Because you can't leave me left to ask her? No? Oh, that's good. These are not important enough to ask about then? No? Okay, I was hoping you'd say that, honestly. All I can think is then you either just hear from me, am I right? No. Slightly confused, but okay. If you want to hear about from me though, you can indicate that just showing me the question I gave to you. Otherwise just feel free to go about this however you will, I guess. Ah. I hate to interrupt you, but I just noticed you've got a very serious problem here. You noticed that sag on the line, right? I caught it too, but I figure it's no big deal. Bad news, it's a big deal. A big deal to the tune of a reactor meltdown in progress, in fact. Oh. I have no idea what that bench has been doing with the ship in the past 600 years, but whatever it is, caused some serious power strain. So when communication started up, well, looks like that was past the tipping point that brought the ship out of low power mode and got the reactor going. The reactor that hasn't been maintained in centuries and was under the control of some idiot little girl from nearly as long. I don't suppose you know anything about nuclear fission reactors, do you? Yes? Excellent. So you know exactly how much danger we're in then. You probably won't be able to get out of range in time. We're looking to a meltdown in 20 minutes. Class starts now. Right, well, I do know how to shut this all down and get everything back to safety again. If you're starting to get worried, well, don't be. When it comes to the safety of the ship, I'm your girl. I'll be here to help you through this as much as you need. The first thing we're gonna do is just simply disable action. I don't think this will work, mind you, but you never know. The ship's been in such a state of disrepair and non-maintenance, it's probably gonna be really complicated. Still, try it for me, will you? Drop down the terminal and try just shutting it down the reactor directly. How about I just reload? Let me save here. Excuse me. It's gonna start asking about the questions there, it seems. So what game is this? This is Analog A Hate Story. It is a visual novel game in which you're investigating a colony ship that went offline before humanity discovered fast and light travel. And it seems that whatever happened to the ship caused the computer to reset and all the people here to kind of regress into a feudalistic society in which women are married off at the age of 15 or 16? I don't know the exact number, exact age there. And they were just like that for like 300 years. Okay, so looking at the questions what triggers it seems. Let's go back to Pack of Idiots here. Gotcha. Oh no. We're just here again. Unsent letter 1 from Oh So Jin. Let's save right here. When I first saw you, bringing my husband home in the late hours of the night, I was jealous. All I could think of was my daughter, and the first courtesan he'd had an affair with 9 years ago. With every brief glimpse of you that I saw as you passed through our home, my heart burned a little, as if you embodied every single fault of my farce of a marriage. I will never send this letter, because I know how ridiculous it sounds. For weeks, I, a noble wife, could be jealous of a poor courtesan, but you are young and beautiful, full of energy and grace. I am none of these things. Only after you had been entertaining him for a month did I start to realize what I was really feeling. True, I was jealous, but not of you for having my husband. I was jealous of my husband for having the affections of a girl so pretty as you. They are such ridiculous thoughts for a woman to have. I know, and even more ridiculous still is the way they have overwhelmed me. I used to dread my husband bringing his courtesans home with him. Now I look forward to your nights together. A moment. I look forward to your nights together? And check something real quick. One moment, folks. Okay. I was curious about the static thing. And apparently it's going to be a whole puzzle once I actually get into it. Because I suspected that, you know, this is the point of no return that Tran told me about. Actually, I think Tran even said it so, as such. Let's see. No, they said it during stream. They said that I have to choose someone at a certain point. I think that's the moment. How could I not, when it means that I'm treated to the sight of your bashful face in the morning? When you exchange glances you hide behind your long hair, with so much cuteness and grace. My eyes can't help but wander, to admire the way it rests on your breasts. To see your clothes draped loosely over your hips.
I cannot help myself from admiring your body as you try to hide from me. Oh. She's into women. It is ridiculous to be so preoccupied with such thoughts, and perhaps I was better off having not ever realized them. Nevertheless, even though I may be as much of a woman as you are, I find myself longing for the same affections you shower my husband with. There is more to it than that. I would like to try to truly get to know you better. I like to imagine that we have much in common, aside from the obvious. When I see you hiding in the corridor on those mornings, I imagine wrapping my own arms around those lovely hips, sharing long conversations about our tribulations in life, discovering just how much alike we are, and perhaps I like to imagine we could share more than that. I have been married for 10 years to a man who has never paid me any attention for 9 of them. Perhaps my old age has made me bold, but I want more. The next time I see you, I promise I will say something. For in all my 26 years... Oh wow, she's so old now. 26 years old, jeez. I have never felt a longing for anything so intensely. I don't care how wrong it is. As a wife and as a woman, I want you, Hannah. Scandalous. I bet that wasn't what you were expecting from a noble wife, was it? I still have a hard time believing that she was really capable of sinking to that. But, well, it totally does get even better. I'll show you. Just be warned, it's pretty depraved stuff. Mm-hmm. My art is that of lies and lying, and of both I have much patience. I have said to men I love you falsely. I have suffered a pain but smiled in pleasure. But the hardest lie I've ever told was that I could live without you. Man, how's that for a verse? Really, it's not the translation, I assure you. It's not exactly any better than the original Korean. Can you believe that was actually written by someone who has studied poetry for years? Seriously? It's not terrible. Maybe not, for what it is. Maybe you might find successful at being arousing, that's fair enough. But with all due respect, I don't think that's really enough to make a good poem. I don't know much about the subject, but I mean, come on. There's a reason why men's poetry is what gets studied and taught. And women's poetry is just used for seduction. You need real sincerity. You need someone who actually understands love. It's titillating, sure, but it's crap. Anyway, though, I guess you want to see the other poems that the whore wrote for her? Yes? Right, of course. Here, have it. If you found the last one arousing, well, it's not any good, but I'm sure you'll be entertained at least. Sorry, I can't at least give you one that was meant for a man, though. That's all the horse poetry for Sojin. She didn't seem to write down the one she did for anyone else, so that's all you can get? There's the other thing Tan told me about, that it gets pretty steamy. To my lovely Sojin, you made it so easy, you know that? I've always wanted to be seduced. The more I learned about it, the better I got at it. The more I thought about how lucky men are, that they'll get to be on the receiving end of it. It always seemed like it'd be so much fun. But that wasn't why I dropped my guard in front of you, by the way. I was actually really wary the whole time you were serving me breakfast. Do you know what I first thought? I thought maybe you were trying to poison me. I mean, not seriously, of course, but it crossed my mind. So no, I really was guarded. Until you started talking. You know what it is that got me? Do tell me how hard it is studying to be a courtesan. I answered modestly. Oh, you know, there's nothing to learn. You just have it or you don't. The answer that any man would expect. But you wouldn't have any of that. You said, please don't lie. I actually want to know. It takes years, does it not? That must be intense for a girl your age. Then you leaned in. I started to blab about how it kind of is pretty intense. And I only realized an hour later that I was staring into your eyes, telling you proudly, no less, about my whole life story. Our faces were barely a foot apart by the time I noticed what you'd done. And that was how you caught me totally off guard. I had no idea what to do. Should I touch you? What's the right body part? What's the right body language in the situation? Was I even interpreting you right, or was it just all in my head? Not even the slightest clue. You had me good. And you played it so well. You know, just the right moment to pull back and tell me to go on my way. But in a way that left me wondering. So, Jin, you made it so easy. Returning home, my heart was so fluttered, my feelings so confused, and all I could think about was you, the bored old wife of my patron.
26 years old.
Actually managed to seduce me. Just like that. I had always wanted to know that feeling, and you know, it was everything I dreamed it'd be.
Damn! Old woman, 26 years old, still got it. Okay, real quick check here in the Smith family tree. Also Jin. Smith Sangmin, okay. Oh, right. The one who like complained loudly to the main family about how they're like not treating things well. Da 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 da. Smith Sankyu. Oh, Smith Daehyun. This is their father. Smith Sangmin, Smith Sankyu, Smith Sangchung. Smith Sangchung passed away early at in 315. And that was the funeral that was being attended, and that shook up Mute quite a bit. Smith Daiho, Smith Kyung Sam. No, Kyung Sam was the one who wrote it, sorry. Smith Sangmin is the one who with the unsatisfied wife. Yeah, Smith Sangmin, there it is. Smith Min Hee was Smith Sangmin's daughter by the courtesan Jiang Mi. Oh, Jiang Mi was the first courtesan. Was purchased by and married Smith Sangmin in 313. No sons. Wait, what? He married twice? Oh, 310. 313. After... Well, she hadn't died. Huh. Hannah was a courtesan. Entertained Smith Sangmin, no sons or daughters. Promised the Park family, but not formally married. You want more from the horror? Yeah, sure, I can do that. Here you go. This one in particular is just wow. Like, really wow. Yeah, it's super depraved, but man, it's also just... What a 16-year-old. Here, read for yourself. I have to keep reminding myself that you know what? It's fine. I shouldn't mention it.
Alright, here we go. Pretty flower, who could plant you, then abandon you in your bed? Each day I stop to admire your aroma. Will your gardener mind? Each night I pluck my own petals, but dream of yours in bloom. Man, how's that reverse? Really, it's not the translation, I assure you. It's not exactly any better than the original Korean. Oh, this is the same dialogues earlier, actually. She repeated herself. How can anyone manage this? I do not know. Whenever I'm with you, I feel as though there's so much pressure to be perfect, to not let you down, as if every hour of our being together is like a marriage interview with an emperor. And I can't stand when we're gone. All I can think of all day is how I would hold your attention for next time. The night you snuck over knowing my husband was out, I was so terrified. You just suddenly appeared on my doorstep, your face veiled as if you were a noble woman, and I knew I could hardly turn you away. Do you know why? For I immediately went to make you tea, making you wait in the other room, to give me a chance to calm my nerves. I was surprised to realize you were just as nervous as I, so I knew I could take advantage of that. I put both cups on the same side of the table and sat cross-legged. Come, I said. Sit with me, and gestured. You were so graceful in sitting on my lap, your small body just the right size, and I saw that even you couldn't help but blush, and so we drank tea together. You know, I'm trying to root for them here, but also like 26-year-old and 16-year-old. Again, I guess they're a product of their society, but yeesh. But halfway through, you put your cup back down and turned around, so you were facing me, our heads just inches apart. You whispered, "Forget about the tea," and clasping my free hand, your tiny fingers intertwined with mine. You kissed me so softly. Up until that point, I had been so worried trying to figure out what I should do. Was I playing the man's role, or were you? But after smelling the scent of your breath and the sweetness of your lips, how could I possibly ignore the passion stirring enough to care about such things? I put down my cup and took you by the chin, gently pushing you away. Oh, what longing and uncertainty was in your eyes that moment. Beautiful Hannah. I smiled as I stared back on them, intoxicated with the fact that I had you now. Intoxicated with the fact that I had you now literally under my thumb. I unclasped your hands and undid the bow of your blouse, watching your lips quiver as I pulled open the flap covering your small breasts. Running my finger along the edge, I admired just how soft they were, so perfectly shaped. Are you sure? You started to ask, when I silenced you with that kiss you were so eager for. You shivered as I enjoyed the taste of your mouth, and were so very anxious when I stopped and turned you back around once more. Will you sing for me? I whispered into your ear. You nodded, and referring to your trade, said, I'd love to write you a poem, Sojin. I responded, putting my hand up your skirt. Your poetry is beautiful, but hardly what I meant. Then I clasped your breast in my spare hand, delved deep with the other, and held you so very tight while I admired the loveliness of your face and your voice. Oh, she made her moan. Gotcha. Yep. Okay. Right. Okay. Understood. Have a nice day. Sing a woo. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. That was just... wow. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. Yeah, she's flustered. It's only human bodies, you know. Bags of meat with blood and water in them. You know what the first thing I teach you about this role is? Of course you do. I told you all about it. The first thing they teach you is never fall in love. Nobody would ever actually say, make sure you're in control, but that's the only way it'll ever work well. I'm supposed to be the one making people fall for me. Love is for men stupid enough to buy me out of the Emperor. Love is for men stupid enough to buy me from the Emperor, not for me personally. I know exactly how you managed to do it, but Sojin, you got me all the same. You know, they teach us poetry because if you appeal to men's vanity and seem a little bit clever, it's a good way to hold on to them. Get them to keep paying with a flattering, kind sincerity, never really factored in too much. An abandoned line from the one I've been trying to write for you. You grabbed my heart just how they grabbed my breast. Too trite, way too trite, it's true. I'm not going to dump such a lousy metaphor on you. For you, you absolutely deserve my sincerity. It's nothing to do with vanity, and everything to do with the fact that I really do totally love you. It's not sexual. I mean, it's sexual too. I still get hot thinking of how you had your way with me, and how I want to return the favor, but it's not just that. It's that you understand me, that you listen to me. I can pour my heart out in front of you. I can cry in front of you, and you get it. You don't feel bad. You don't feel pity. You don't use it as an excuse to manhandle me. You just get it, and comfort me by being there and listening. I love you so, Jin. I'm not supposed to, but I really do. Oh, I love you. Wow, just wow. You know, I kind of feel pity for her. She probably really did think that was actually love. Which is just, come on, how uneducated can you be? Anyway, I guess you want to see more now, right? That's really just shocking details you've seen so far. Here's the part where things can actually get scandalous. I've added 3 more entries.
There's more?
It was only after I finally started to become comfortable with you, confident that you really were mine, and I didn't have to work to impress you, that things got complicated.
What is a little bit after the Smith family had kind of lost favor with the Emperor, and Kim Song-hyuk had become a magistrate.
My husband had left for the day, and you were still lingering. I spent the night with him. But it was for me that you had a new love poem, and I undressed you while you sang it. When you were done, you clung to me, stripping me in turn, while I simply kissed you, and ran my hands from your tiny waist to your smooth ankles. And soon enough, we were both naked. At first, I had felt so uncomfortable exposing my body like that to you, as if you'd see it and finally realize how old I am. But you never did seem to mind, not as you placed soft kisses on my breast, nor you straddled me with your legs on my waist and arms on my neck. So entranced was I at that moment, that I never heard the footsteps outside. We had just started to kiss, when the door suddenly opened. What a scene to walk into. There my husband was, in the doorway, his courtesan and wife naked together, mouths still connected by a strand. For a moment, nobody said anything. In that time, I felt terror as I never before in my life. Sang-min is not a gentle man, and while he hardly ever raised his hand to me, I was still overwhelmed with horror that he might hurt me, or even worse, that he would hurt you. I had seduced you, but in that moment, I realized if he did try, there was nothing I could do to protect you. But just as you were stammering out, "I'm sorry, sirs," he just laughed. And laughed. Well, he said, ogling us with that cold stare of his. I'm certainly paying you enough for two. Then he walked over and raised his hand, and I stared in terror, but all he did was pat you on the head, as though you were a child. I don't know what she told you, but you don't have to pay any attention to her. Easier to just ignore her, really. All you could do was start to stammer. I wanted to. We were both so afraid, but he just laughed and shrugged. Whatever, he said as he passed through the other door. Neither of us knew what to do, other than climb off each other and scramble to cover ourselves back up. While we both clumsily tried to dress ourselves, Sang Min walked back to the room once more, carrying a satchel. He had forgotten for work, I suppose. Don't have to stop on my account. If you ask permission, you can do whatever the hell you want, he said. Then he laughed again. Don't know what you think you're even going to do, though. Aren't you two missing something? I wish he had struck me instead. It would have hurt me far less than what he said, or what you had to watch me do. What did she do? Just imagine that scene. Her and the whore pleading with her husband, being mocked like that. What do you make of that? Pitiful. I know, right? I mean, really, what an awful, pitiful scene. I'm not saying he didn't have the right to say those things. Of course he did. That's his prerogative. No. And sure, she was a bad wife. But still, even if he had the right, that's a shitty way to treat her. He should have been a better man than that. Just really. What a pathetic scene. Just absolutely pathetic. He should have been ashamed, not laughing. Just no sense of shame. I'm glad you think so too. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. Just one more after this. It's so unfair. Why couldn't you have been born a man instead? Sure, you'd lose your beauty and the gentleness I love about you, but at least you're able to do something. I and Sangmin would be jealous, instead of thinking of you as completely unthreatening. I just know you want to be able to stand up for me, and it's killing me to see you're powerless to. Right now he's happy to keep me around. You know, it gets him off to have something to hold over my head. I had no idea you were so lustful, that you'd even settle for a woman. He says. What's that like? The worst part? You know that the only way to keep seeing you is to play along. Oh, well, you know, for a girl my age, I respond, and press my hands against his face, to look like I'm embarrassed. Against my face, to look embarrassed. It's just playing, it's not the same without, you know. I trail off because he thinks it's so cute, but I'm too ashamed to say the word. Poor girl, he says as he gropes me, and I force out all those soft moans and gasps to make him think that he's really making me happy. And I say awful things, love. I say such awful things about you, it kills me. It just kills me. And I beg just to see more of you. I don't know what leaves the worst taste in my mouth. Him or those words. What else can I do? I'm sorry, Sojin. I know the last time I talked with you, all I did was cry. Thanks for not asking. It's just so hard to hold it all in while smiling cutely for your husband. We have the worst fate ever, don't we? Well, yeah. I guess you probably also find that sort of thing cute, right? It's okay, I guess. That's why a smart man takes the hell away from whores. Deception is just what they do. Well, that's women in general, I guess. Now I think about it. Still, I bet if he read what she'd written there, he'd never wanted to sleep with her. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. The last time you spoke, I poured wine for you. Rather than the usual tea, it seemed as though you needed it. I held you tight while you drank, petting your hair and wiping every tear to drop from those deep, sad eyes. He's going to get bored eventually. He's going to get bored eventually, you had said. And though I tried to comfort you, we both knew it had to be true. I could try pressuring him to buy you, I had offered. It was our only option, really. If he didn't, you would simply return to the service of the government, to be rented out to who knows who, and you would never meet again. Thanks, you said. Do you think he'll listen? You asked. I wish nothing more than able to lie to you, to say, of course I did. That'd be all right. No, I said. I couldn't. We sat for a long time in silence. Finally, I said, even that would be worse than you deserve. He owns me, and see how I'm treated. I wish you could have far better. Sorry, you said. Please don't be. All of this is my fault. If I had just been a good wife and left well alone, all this heartbreak could have been avoided, I said, trying to calm you. But you only cried more. When you had no more tears left, he spoke again. What about the other courtesan he bought? The real mother of Minhee? What if you blackmailed him?
Oh, Sojin wasn't able to produce a daughter at all. It was the courtesan. And they passed it off as if Sojin had been the mother.
If only. I would do it gladly for you. But the royal family knows already. I shut off my mouth in front of mute once, without thinking. And soon enough, it's my own fault too. Oh, you said. What if I gave him a son? You suggested. Even though I knew how appalling the thought was to you. And I couldn't help but laugh when I thought of why it would never work. Oh, Hannah, I said. You think the reason I'd never gotten pregnant was for lack of trying? I stroked your cheek. In the months you've been with him, has your period been disrupted even once? No, you said, as you realized what I was saying. It would never work. As tears fell from your eyes once more, you started to laugh too. I figured it was just, all chance.
Guy was firing blanks.
I shook my head. No child in the first year of marriage. That is chance, I said, laughing sadly. Whether he's too proud or too stupid to realize, I know not. But one child in 11 years of marriage? That is not chance. That is an impotent man raising someone else's daughter.
Oh, it's not even his either.
He looked at me, realizing the plan was doomed. There aren't any real men in this house, are there? You said finally. You laughed and laughed. Your future so sadly uncertain.
So he was tricked by the courtesan into taking the daughter, or he chose taking the daughter in exchange for buying her. so that he would have an heir of some kind, even if just an adopted daughter here. Jeez Louise. Okay.
Well, there you have it. That's it for the scandalous and sordid story of the noble wife, Sojin, and her husband's whore. I keep going back and forth on how to feel about the whole thing. On the one hand, I feel pretty bad about Sojin. It should have never had to sink to that for her. On the other hand, well, it's not like she didn't still make the sense for herself. It'd be wrong to just cover it up, right? I respect her, but at the end of the day, she still did do unspeakable things with a whore. I'm just kinda conflicted, especially now that she's long gone. Anyway, so what'd you think of all that?
It was awful.
I know, right? No matter how you look at it, that's true for sure. Watch a good woman fall like that? Well, you get the idea, I'm sure. Anyway, that's all I really want to keep you in mind. That's all I want you to really keep in mind. Stories like that, even the messed up ones. There's a reason why the last one dates the year 322. It's not that their affair came to a conclusion, it's that they both just died. So yeah. Even if it is one hell of a story, it's one that ended completely abruptly. Just remember that, alright?
I wonder if the program is just like ingrained with misogyny here. Like, holy cow. You can actually just empathize with the women, but it's so ingrained in her, the idea that the man can't be wrong. Excuse me. But yeah, I think it's everything before I have the sad thing again. Oh. Okay, there's a little bit more apparently.
Well, she admits she's pretty messed up at least. Sure, she's an only old woman, but I don't know. I just don't get it. Not that she's wrong about the whore's looks. I mean, all the men seem to find her really attractive. Well, whatever. I'm repeating myself at this point. So you don't get it, you get the picture. Oh, I'm being so confused. Yeah, I'll say. Incredibly confused by the sound of it. I guess what you'd expect from an educated whore, though. Anyway, back to it.
Yeesh. Don't like saying that word out loud, but for the story, this just meets personality.
I'm sympathetic to her and all, I really am, but look, I had to tell my mistress all about it. I just couldn't hide that. And frankly, I don't think she should have been gossiping about it. Not least of all to a whore. Doing unspeakable things to her? Well, that's messed up, but it only affects herself. But telling the whore about her husband's failings? That's just reckless. That could harm the whole family. Well, Not that the family needed any help cementing its ruin at that point. But it's the principle of the thing, it's still wrong. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading.
Nothing more to read, I suppose. Okay. Okay, before I move on here, we're in the last hour of the stream that I can take. So I'll be playing this again next week, it seems. Let me write this down for the future. 5-EU9A. Smith Kyung Sam. Okay, I can only lock the rest, it seems, by going to their block and decrypting it. Oh, hey, wait. That reminds me of something else. Well, you know Hannah, right? The whore got herself seduced by Sojin. There's not really a lot of writing from her, but I've got a log entry from Kim Young-suk about her. You probably want to see it. Right, well, let you get back to it then. But I figured that's probably something you're pretty interested in. I think I just like ran some dialogue that would have unlocked block 2 as well. Let's see. Oh, the new bribe. Here we go. Here. The incident occurred right as I was leaving the magistrate's office, after a late night of going through some of his paperwork. The corridor lights had long ago dimmed, and the office should have been empty. So the whore slinked against the wall, right outside. Definitely stood out. She was small and looked very young, and obviously she was dressed like any commoner, with her arms covering otherwise exposed breasts and all. I won't lie and say she wasn't attractive. She certainly was. I'm sure she's very good at her role.
Hi.
The whore said, approaching me.
You are Kim Young-suk, right? I said yes. My name is Hannah, she said, offering her hand to shake. It's an honor to meet you. I didn't take it, and told her that it was appropriate to be talking to her now. But I've got a message from Smith Sang-min that he really insisted I deliver, the whore said, moving closer. Can I come inside? I said no, of course. Even then, I could tell exactly where this was going. I was not pleased. Please? He was really insistent, she said, putting her hand on my face and smiling. I snapped it away instantly and shoved her into the wall. Tell him I said no, I snapped at the whore, and walked away. She chased after me for a while, but eventually she seemed to realize that she wasn't going to get me and gave up. She was gone by the time I got home. I still can't believe he actually thought that would work. Now I want to know more about what the High Magistrate's association with that whore even was. Huh. Let's see. Smith was the High Magistrate. Oh. They exposed that the child wasn't actually his and that the courtesan or they exposed that the courtesan was the one who birthed the child and not his wife. And then maybe also that the child wasn't even his in the first place. So he was removed from the position of High Magistrate, replaced by Park, and then Kim Young-suk then became the new magistrate. So it's all political maneuvering. Okay. And with that, we move back into the other AI here. Mute, I will see you around. It's been fun. Disable AI. Enable. Whew. Let's enable sorry, my brain was like, should I decrypt block 3 when I'm at it? Enable underscore AI. Oh, U&A. Oops. From here on, we will continue with the route with UNA here. Should I decrypt block 3?
Okay. Yeah, let's decrypt it in this run here. Curiosity killed the cat and all that. The lock successfully decrypted. I'll go crazy because I did that. Oh, hello again. So, were you able to decrypt the block? Yes. Let me take a look now then. Oh, wow. No wonder that was encrypted and blocked off my AI access. I would have wanted no security AI to read some of these. Oh my, this is dramatic. I'm not sure if you're interested, but I've given you a couple of entries from there to see for yourself. But if you don't care, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure I can find something else that you're interested in. When you say it like that. Block 3. Brought home. Also Jin. Oh, 311. These past few months have left me so very anxious with anticipation. Nearly a year has passed since the wedding ceremony, and before this week, Sangmin had only visited my family once, promising he would bring me home with him for sure next time. I know I'm supposed to be enjoying living with my parents while it lasts. All I can think about my husband. How is a new bride expected to have such patience? For nearly a year, a day hasn't gone by where I haven't thought of how beautiful he thought me in my wedding dress, or how it felt spending that night held so gently in his strong hands. Looking forward to the day where I could live in his house, I can't help but feel as anxious in my heart as I'm excited in my hips. I know it's ungraceful to think of such things, but how can I help myself? In any event, he arrived yesterday to take me with him to his ancestral shrine, and finally his home. Such luxury I've never seen in my life. A servant to prepare meals, entirely separate women's quarters, and a dining room with a window that shows the stars. My family was hardly all that poor, but a window to the stars? How amazing a sight. I knew that I was lucky to have been married to a noble family, but I never realized just how lucky. I wonder if I'll have time to write as much as I need to, as I used to. Oh, but I must stop for tonight now. I can hear my husband coming. I have been looking forward to this night for so long now. How I hope I can make him happy. Just hearing his footsteps outside the door makes my heart pound. Say, I just had a thought. It's a little bit silly to keep up this whole pretense of the schoolgirl librarian look, don't you think? A little? Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking, I've always been into cosplay. I've actually designed a bunch of other outfits too. Now that I'm saying this, I guess it's a bit awkward, but would you like to see? Sure. Well, very well. You can use the change outfit command to dress me up if you want. Jeez, I'm sorry. I'm making this really awkward. It's just that I have a couple that I think are really cute, and you might want to see them. Please don't read into it or anything. It's not like I'm just trying to please you or anything. I just think it might be fun. That's all. Anyway, you don't have to if you don't want to. But it's change_outfit if you're interested. Sorry, it's a really weird thing to ask now I think about it. Jeez, what am I saying? Just thought maybe I'd be interested in that. Okay, sure. Do you want to get comfortable? Hanbok made detective, scientist. Let's go detective. And real quick, and check my achievement list here. Hack the Mungwa. Successfully gain admin access to the restricted UK SPA computer system. Now log files. Survive near and death your keyboard wizardry. Play with your name instead of doing your job. Okay. All right. Cool. Ah, I knew the thing was in trouble the moment they connected my ship. Couldn't say a word that felt questions to me. Or something like that. So you're interested in cosplay after all? See there? Expert detective work on my part. But really, now we both match, don't we? I mean, obviously you're some sort of investigator, so I think this goes especially well. Right? I mean, what do you think? Give me a cute sidekick. Oh, well, thank you. Actually, this one is based off a movie I saw as a child. I guess the name doesn't really matter since it's countless hundreds of years old. It's countless hundreds of years old and all. Anyway, this is my favorite. I don't really normally like mysteries, but the love story was so wonderful. Well, that and it had a really cute guy for a hero. Anyway, he dressed like this and looked really great. Sidekick, huh? I like that a lot. So about the whole look, you really don't mind when a girl dresses or acts more like a guy then? I don't mind. Well, I think it's really good look, so I'm glad. I don't mind either. You know the part that's really sort of funny? I actually have no idea how an outfit like this is supposed to feel. Not like emotionally, I mean literally. I have no idea what its suits feel like. I've never worn them in my real life. Oh well, the chance for that has long disappeared. Anyway, I just stopped babbling. I'm just really excited, that's all. I suppose I should really let you get back to it. Lead on, investigator, and your trusty sidekick will help as best she can. I want to see all the outfits. The Pale Bride's Handbook. Oh. So that's the way things are, I suppose. You're disappointed in me? Is that it? Not you know I'm a real girl, so I can dress like one? No, that's not it. Oh, that's a relief. Where do you even find this? I didn't make this design. I guess it's from here already, because that's what I wore when I was still alive. I never liked it. Not a bit. I just wanted to wear fun things, but instead, I had to wear this all the time. I still don't like it. But I suppose something formal would be more appropriate, because of all the serious stuff and all. Well, go ahead. Let's get back to work now. She's real mad. Scientist. Nope. You know, lately, I felt like everything's been moving so quickly. So much more quickly than the usual dragging boredom, not being all alone. Whether time is slow or fast depends on perception. Relativity theory is so romantic, and so sad. Or at least I remember hearing something like that. So, what do you think of this outfit? Scientifically speaking, of course. You're scientifically adorable. You think so? Thank you. That's some very useful data. This costume, actually it means a lot to me personally. Your mom wore it? Oh, father wore it. See, my father, my real father, was a ship's engineer. I always wanted to be just like him when I grew up. That explains why the Kim family is so important then. If the captain became the emperor, it makes sense that the engineer would be pretty high up there too. Of course, that was never able to happen. But, well, I guess being a computer program is as close to being a real computer scientist as I'll ever get. So, this one means a lot to me. Think that sort of thing is fine? For a girl to follow her father's footsteps? Therefore, it's admirable. I'm glad you think so. Anyway, I suppose we should get back to work now. Scientifically speaking, I'd be happy to help test some more theories with you. Okay, then let's go back to the schoolgirl outfit, and then the maid, and then go back to the investigator. Yeah, it's the same there. All right. Cool. Welcome back, Master. What may I do for you? Well, tell me, what do you think? It's adorable. Really? Thank you. I'm happy to hear you like it. I mean, I've already... Geez, what am I even saying? I know I'm not good looking, it's not like I just think it's fun dressing up like this, and I'm happy you agree with me. I've dressed up for others before, but never anyone I really liked. It's a very different feeling. It's, how do I put this? Well, even if you think I look cute, I'm sure you think that's at least a little bit embarrassing, right? Not at all. Oh. Well, I think it is. That's the fun of it, isn't it? Putting yourself in a position by choice because you really... no. I still don't know how to say it. Do you want to stop now before I make a bigger mess for myself? That'd be ironic for a maid, wouldn't it? Well, should I get back to more serious stuff? I'd be happy to help with whatever you'd like. Huh. What's that achievement about? Made her do it. Yeah, apparently the achievement is just dress up in all the outfits, which I thought I did. No. No new dialogue. Weird. Oh well, whatever. Maybe a different playthrough then.
So, you're in the Smiths then? Oh, very well. This is pretty much all new to me too, actually. So I guess you can see for yourself. Also, Jin didn't have an ordinary woman's desires at one point. And even then, she was certainly all about exploiting those desires. At least in writing. Wow. Ungraceful is certainly the way to put it. Not that I'm judging, I'm sure you'd never say anything like that. I'm hardly going to talk either. So, just out of curiosity, what do you make of her as a new bride?
She seems sweet.
Yeah, I think so too. It's really cute. It sadly doesn't really seem to last. It looks like her marriage was, well... Oh jeez, it's not quite as bad as mine was, but I really don't envy her. Poor woman. Well, if you're interested in learning more, I've just put together a family tree of the Smith family, which should help you keep track of them all. I'm less certain about this one, since, you know, not my family and all. Here, I'll cut right to the, I was gonna say the interesting part, but that's kind of awful, isn't it? I mean, given we're talking about a real person's life here, jeez, it's a bit uncomfortable. The poor girl goes from being cute and excited to, well, what I mean is, she got shaded really quickly. Her family situation sounds like a really awkward arrangement. I'll show you what I mean. Let me know what you think after you read that.
Oh, there's more to it on that side. Okay. Oh, there's a lot more on that side. Huh. It's in block 3. Why was block 3 encrypted so much? Weird.
What is this? You talked to Mute? I don't know what she told you, but you really shouldn't listen to her. All she ever did was gossip, and I'm certain that she hasn't changed a bit since back then. Please don't trust her. She just spins everything to make everyone look bad, no matter what. Please promise?
Yeah, I promise.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. At least you give me a fair chance. Oh well, how nice of her.
Okay. To the wife of Sang-kyu. You can possibly put this more diplomatically than I can, because I'm pretty sure younger brother is still thoroughly pissed off at me. You know how he is, of course. I don't have time to deal with that, especially when I'm already doing him a huge favor. The bad news is, I made an appeal to the captain and emperor himself personally, but he said there was no position that a man of Sang-kyu's skill set could possibly fulfill. I did most certainly plead, but let's face it, what official role could that man possibly fill? He's an idiot. Don't pass on that last part. He already knows. I did, however, speak to the Park Sun. and was able to convince him to forget the whole incident. It wasn't cheap, I might add. I'll continue to send your family a regular stipend, but please, keep your husband under control. I can't afford to keep cleaning up after his damn fights.
Oh, yeah. I'm not really sure what all the business is about, truthfully. From what I understand, though, Smith Sang-kyu had a tendency to get in trouble. He sounds really unpleasant.
Uncle Daiho. Uncle Daiho, look, I'm sorry about our last conversation, alright? It's like I said to you before, you just caught me at a really bad time. Oh, hang on. That's what I was reading over here.
I cannot believe just 2 years ago, I was actually excited about moving into the Smith home with my husband. Oh, how shortly that lasted. I find it funny. The first time I realized that I would have to compete for his affections with every common woman and every courtesan he came across, I was so shocked. The first time he brought one home, I cried for a week. And mother-in-law was furious with me, claiming it's my fault for not being enough for him. Now I realize the insanity of her reasoning, as if she would have already known her son was simply that sort of man. The only person who had any right to be shocked was me. Still, I struggle for his attention, but now it is all but banal. If the truth is to be told, this is something I would tell not a mother-in-law, nor mute, nor least of all my husband. I do not even fight for his affections for his own sake. It is pure selfishness on my part. All I wish is for some indicator that it isn't as though I'm unattractive, that it isn't as though I'm unlikable. Any affection he gets is simply an attempt at fishing that for affirmation out of him, and nothing more. For the past 2 months, ever since it became impossible to hide that she was with child, Jiang Mi had been living in her house, and no visitors had been allowed to come in. It has created an incredibly awkward state of affairs. I can hardly stand to be in the same room with that courtesan, let alone live with her. Until recently, so few words have we exchanged. I did not even know her name until the 3rd week of her living here. My husband made me agree to go along with the fiction that the child's actually mine, which, well, I've yet to give him one myself, so if that's how I'm to make up for it, then that's what I will do. I thought it was going to be so hard to keep up that pretense, so to pretend that this child is my own while the real mother lives under the same roof. Yet apparently not. As it turns out, the whole charade has been for absolutely nothing. After all that, the child turned out to be a girl. Of course, I'm sure Jiang Mi is quite happy. He's already been bought out, in the hopes that we could pretend her son was mine. But an illegitimate daughter, well, who cares? It would almost be funny if not for the fact that it means I will have to live with that constant reminder of how little my husband cares for me. Almost, but not really. So, High Magistrate Smith Sang-min, huh? This man is just, wow. He's a real piece of work. He's just gonna keep his pants on, it seems. I mean, neglecting his wife so you get a courtesan pregnant? Wow, what kind of man does that?
Please tell me you feel the same. He's awful. I know, right? The idea of a woman living only to her man is awful. Just awful. But there's one way to make that worse. For the man to just ignore her entirely. Can you imagine living like that? Just being kept in the women's quarters with nobody to care about you in any way? I don't think her marriage was worse than mine, but at least I had something. I didn't have to worry about scandals about the blow up in the family's face. There's one thing that's good about being the Emperor's consort, I guess. So, all he ever paid attention to was women who weren't his wife, and all of a sordid business. Here, I'll show you what it all is. Looking at this, it feels like he spent more time with his brother. It feels like he spent more time with his brothers than his wife. Uncle Daiho, look, I'm sorry about our last conversation, alright? It's like I said to you before, you just caught me at a really bad time. Sojin was kept in bed rest on strict doctor's orders. I'm sorry that you brought your wife all to get turned away like that. When I told Sojin that you had given her well wishes on her pregnancy, she was happy, but sad she couldn't see you herself. Our child was just born last week. A daughter. We decided to name her Minhee. And Sojin's recovering well. The doctor said it'd be fine for her to see visitors next week. I'm sorry I got angry. If your wife doesn't want to see mine or the child or my mother, by all means, you're welcome to visit. I really hope there's no hard feelings, Uncle. Legendary temper. A clerk. Now, I've been a clerk for a while, and it's not as if I haven't heard all the stories about High Magistrate Smith Sang-min and his legendary temper, but I always figured they were an exaggeration, especially after I met him for the first time. I just realized High Magistrate Park was the father of the one Sang-min's daughter was supposed to get married to, probably. The man seemed like the absolute model of gentleman. Rather calm and unemotional. I'm not criticizing him, I just never imagined the man getting angry. It was while an official was presenting the facts of a murder case to him, a drunken brawl between peasants gone horribly wrong. It all seemed satisfactory enough. A dozen men had seen it. There really wasn't any doubt about it, so far so good. Very well, the High Magistrate said. Let me read the confession then, before I pass sentence. The official didn't have one, which is reasonable enough. A lot of times they can't get out of them. And I've never seen a magistrate who was all too concerned about those little details. Excuse me? You don't even have a confession, he said, and his mood soured right there. Why are you wasting my time then? He looked at the accused, who'd been kowtowing silently up until that point. You, do you even admit to killing him? The murderer seemed confused, and it took a minute to realize he was being addressed. Furthermore, when he did figure it out, he simply kept mumbling, Not my fault. It wasn't my fault. And as such. The High Magistrate was furious. What is wrong with you? What is this man doing in front of me, in a state like that? He doesn't admit to doing it. What does he want me to do? He demanded. After some silence from the official, he continued. It wasn't a rhetorical question. Please, enlighten me. What do you expect me to do here? To punish him? The official finally offered, weakly as confused about the matter as I was. Punish him? This was set him completely off the edge. He stood up, shouting, We are not given the responsibility of punishment. What are we, barbarians? Looking for vengeance? The point of justice is to teach immoral men like him the error of their ways. He lectured, shouting at the top of his lungs. And how do you expect a man to do that when he won't even admit his own actions? Does this man look like he's ready to learn? Do you seriously believe that? Are you simple? The official looked as though he was about to argue, but then thought against it. Smart move. The High Magistrate continued more calmly. Now stop wasting my time getting out of my face. Come back when you have a confession and a clue as to what your job actually entails. And with that he left, leaving the official speechless and leaving me realizing that perhaps a legendary temper and being a model gentleman weren't quite so mutually exclusive as I had thought. I'm really sorry, but please don't get mad, but I don't really understand what you're looking for. Maybe I'm not getting it and it's my fault, but I can't find anything that seems relevant. Sorry. A proper damn gentleman. From Mute. A transcription fragment of a conversation held with Smith Sangjo. Oh, that was how I knew that things had gone serious. He actually agreed to let me pick the drinking house he went to. Oh, that was how I knew things got real serious. He actually agreed to let me pick the drinking house he went to. My oldest brother only ever humors me when he's really trying to get on my good side. It's never a good sign. Well, it's good for me. It's certainly not for him. I'm sure it's a classy lady to yourself when you're familiar with this kind of place. No, you know the sort. Tuckered away into your deck. Lots of wood furniture that's been stained, and not intentionally, with just enough commoners milling about to give a good background soundtrack. Oh, that's owned by a woman. Nice lady too. So it's that sort of place. We arranged to meet up at the door. It's been a while, brother. It's been a while, brother. I'm sorry I couldn't speak to you sooner, he said, trying to be polite. You're full of it, I said, but hey, it's good to see you. What do you want? I meant it, he said. He's a bad, bad liar. So why here anyway? At that point, the owner came by, asking what we like. The only real thing you need to know about Chinne is that he's around my age. Got the biggest breasts I've ever seen in my life, and she dressed like a commoner, so you can certainly see them. Oh, he said. Fair enough. Bring your finest soju. Bring your finest soju, I ordered. Please. Please, she responded. You can't afford our finest. Totally not true, by the way. My reputation for being a cheap drunk, completely unfounded. Honest, I have no idea where people get these crazy ideas from. Anyway, far be it from me to argue. I supply. Maybe not, my brother can. I mean, I knew he was going to ask me for money. That was obvious. Might as well get as much as I could out of him before getting whatever he wanted, right? Fine, we'll be sharing that, he said. Then he added, but how much to share it with you, too? She blushed. Amazing, really. She's got a lot of practicing with people like my brother, but I saved her the misery of having to flirt back with him. Do you really want that kind of trouble right now? With that, let her go. Anyway, drinks game. We argue about the loose definition of finest, our server's breasts, and the good old days. When fathers were still alive and we didn't have to work out our problems ourselves. The biggest nonsense ever. The biggest nonsense ever, I said. She said I'm expected to be responsible men here. How'd that happen? Is that we're expected to be responsible men here? How'd that happen? He laughed. And now I was drunk enough to start taking cheap shots. Is that why I never bothered to be one? Ouch, I said. Damn it. Her before me one more. I'll drink to that. He poured, but didn't say anything. Alright, so what do you want? I'm getting the impression that you have a problem and you want discretion. 'cause you're talking to me, right, brother? I was right. So, where you put this time, brother? I asked. Put what? He replied. Oh, cut the crap. I said you both know full well that all your problems in life have always, without fail, stemmed from you putting your dick somewhere you shouldn't have. He grunted disagreement, but it's totally true. Was he a female this time? I see. Yep, that checks out. I swear to my father, brother was right about to punch me. Didn't though. Instead, he just down his drink. Yeah, that's a damn problem, he said. She's saying she hasn't bled in 2 months now. A courtesan. I promised him I'd help. Better she gets bought out by me than by my brother the High Magistrate. Less suspicious that way. And involves nothing unlawful. Believe me now? A proper damn gentleman. That's me. Oh, his brother gave him the money to buy Jiang Mi. Smith Sang-jung. I don't really know how to feel about him. I don't know. Doesn't really sound like anyone thought he was a very good person. It looks like he never married or anything. I guess he was friends with Mute? Well, that doesn't surprise me. He just seems weird. Like, it sounds like Sojin was kind of off-put by him. I don't really blame her. I don't know. I have no idea how to judge him. See for yourself, I guess. I've had a few more things about him. Why all in Block 3, though? I guess the whole illegitimate thing, but like... other than that, it's kind of whatever. Excuse me. My husband is out of the house, as he usually is during the day, so our servant fetched me instead, telling me that someone's at the door. I was in the middle of a conversation with Mute, but had no idea how to expect to respond to that. What do? I asked her. She responded in that usual shocking crass manner of hers. Gee, I don't know. You could try answering the door, maybe? Just a thought, of course. So I excused her. I went to do that, but with a great degree of nervousness. I had never done this before. At the door was my youngest brother-in-law, Sang-jung, who I had only met a few times before. Although husband mentioned him often enough, usually in the same breath as calling him an irresponsible drunk, seeing him did nothing short of compound my anxieties. Hello, sir? I stammered. Sojin! He responds, with unbelievable volume. It's great to see you again. I hope you don't mind me dropping by unannounced. I just figured I haven't seen my new niece yet, and it's been forever since I've been in the old house. So, well, thought I'd stop by, say hello to your daughter. I don't know. Sorry. My husband isn't home right now. Maybe you should come back later, I said, shifting uncomfortably. No, please, be a good girl. Let me come see her. I'm really not here for your husband. This is awkward. I didn't exactly want to turn away my brother-in-law, especially if we just wanted to see baby Min-hee, but this is hardly proper. It really wouldn't be my place. Sorry. I'll have to wait until my husband gets back. I trailed off. He rolled his eyes and smiled at me. Really? Come on now. You're a smarter woman than that, he said, and put his hand on my shoulder. This had now moved on to incredibly uncomfortable. You really value his authority that much? He's my husband, I responded. What else could I say? He replied. Wow, no wonder he walks all over you. If that's how you treat him. You got a lot to learn about dealing with men, dear Sojin. Especially my brother. But come on now. This is a bad conversation to have for a doorway. Can I see my niece? She's rather adorable. I took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I said, trying to be as bold as I could. I'm going to have to go now. Sorry. I started to close the door on him. Alright, I understand. I'll talk to myself. Later. Don't worry, I won't mention this visit. Do say hello to her mother for me, though. He said and left, my heart nearly skipping a beat when he said those words. I stood there and thought for a good while, stunned. Even now I still have much to think about. Not simply his knowledge of our child's true mother, a matter of great secrecy, but also what he had said about my husband. Perhaps his words were true. I'm really sorry. Please don't get me mad, but I don't understand what you're looking for. I think because I already read through block 2, so it's not really showing me all the stuff about Jin and her discretions with the courtesan. Drank himself to death. As horrible as it is to say, I don't think anyone was really surprised when brother-in-law Sang-jung was found dead. Nobody asked how, nor has anyone so much as mentioned the word drinking in my presence since. Even the ordinary Heightman candid mute has been entirely somber. Mother-in-law, I understand why she's been taking it so hard, and I'm working hard to stay well out of her way while the funeral preparations are being settled, but mute? I had no idea they were so close. In our last conversation, I could have sworn she was on the verge of tears. I had never seen such a reaction from her in all my time here. As for myself, I have an awful confession I can make to no one. I have put on a somber face, acting as though I am as sad as the rest, but to admit it, that I'm not as if I don't find it tragic, but I feel this bad for making this. Well, you've pretty much seen everything that matters about the Smith family now. I'm still just parsing through all this myself, you know? Most of it's new to me, too. I mean, when I was alive, I didn't even know the Smith family existed. Well, maybe Jaehwa mentioned them once. I don't really remember. It's been 600 years, but I don't think she did. I really wish I'd known about Sojin at the time. I really, really do. What do you think? You're satisfied with the overview? Yeah. Oh, that's good. What do you think of them then? They're pitiful. Yeah, really. My family considered them political enemies, and the men were always so insistent on our family taking their place, to the point where, well, you know. It just seems to me, though, that the men destroyed themselves, and dragged women like poor Sojin with them. And I don't understand how Mute plays in it all. That's the weird thing to me. Still though, what an awful marriage Sojin had. I feel so bad for her. Be thrown away and forgotten like that. You know though, in a sort of reverse way, I feel a little bit relieved to read another story like hers. Just so I know it's not just me. A reminder that it's not just because I was born at her time. It would have sucked even if I was born that period. Does that sound bad to you? No. Oh, really? Well, thank you for saying that. I'm so happy you understand. Anyways, I suppose that's all. Thanks for indulging me in going through the story, though. I really learned a lot just now. I won't waste your time with any more blabbling, just so I get back to whatever we talked about before. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and save things here. Arhia, thank you for the lurk. Welcome to the end of the stream. We're about to wrap up for the day. Heading on over to Discord to watch movies. A movie, I should say. But I want to see some of her thoughts on the Osojin situation. Hope the stream went well. It did. we were able to run the badge for Enigma, work on script writing and voice acting and all that. I saw you were doing some voice acting yourself, playing Doki Doki Literature Club. I hope that was fun. Well, I was lurking, so I know you were having fun, judging by the expression on the VTuber face. Stretching. Goodness gracious. But yeah, it's been a good day so far. Oh, so you've read those then? Not that it was inappropriate for women to spend time with anyone but other women or anything, but, So, why are you showing this to me? To hear what you think. Your voice went out at the end. You just need to get a good hold of how to take care of your voice and voice acting. Ah, yes. Lots and lots of water. Also, keeping as much of your voice out of your, what do you call this? Throat as possible. Because that's what, like, really grinds the vocal cords. Not that I'm able to do that perfectly myself. Well, why do you ask? Do you, approve that sort of thing? Yes. I see. Well, it's... When you said she wanted to be seduced, I can definitely really understand that. Especially if it's you. Especially someone I really liked. That's a good thing to me. Not that I could really imagine doing that with any of my servants, but I... Jeez, why are you even talking about something this embarrassing? Can you please talk about something else? I said I didn't want to talk about this tomorrow, right? Huh? Oh, okay, it's all grayed out now. Too spicy for her. Love is love, Hyunai. So that was block 3, which is all about the all about the adopted courtesan's daughter. Huh. There's more to this again? Kyung-sam? I have looked at the block that was locked down, but I am not really seeing any note that's related to him. Well, there's that one letter from Sang-min that was addressed to Kyung-sam's father, Dai-ho. You've already read that, though. Basically, it just doesn't really seem like he was very important. Or really ever did anything but complain about the drama in Smith, Sang-min, and also Jin's house. I guess all the other noble families are pretty much as dumb as mine ever was. That's pretty depressing. I'm really sorry, but please don't get mad, but I don't really understand what you're looking for. Huh. No thoughts about, Mute wearing a morning dress, huh? Maybe it's hard for her to empathize with, Mute, considering that, Mute kind of let things happen to her the way that it did. And what if dialogue here changes? Let's save it before she removes it from the entry again. No. Give it back. I'm 6/22A. Mhm. Oh, actually, that reminds me. You know that Smith Brotherhood seemed, well, really kind of brutish? Well, it turns out that I actually did cross paths Young Suk. I thought maybe you might be interested in that. So I've just added a log about him. Written by his wife. It sounds pretty unpleasant. Sorry, I'll let you go back to what you want to talk about now. I just thought that might be something you were interested in. Okay. Sure. The new bruise. Ah. That was the missing entry. Dearest mother, I really could use your advice. Husband has been working very late at the night recently, on some business that he won't even share with me. I understand his reluctance to talk to me about things his superiors sworn him to secrecy on, and that damn child is keeping me plenty busy anyway. But I still wish he could tell me. Last night he was out even later than normal, and when he did return, he had a black eye, his face and hands bloodied. He looked really bad. The sight of that really scared me. Of course, you of all people know that I'm hardly squeamish at the sight of blood. It was how hurt he looked. I had hurried into the kitchen and started to clean his wounds. I'll admit my voice wavered when I asked, "Husband, what happened?" He was reluctant to answer, and grunted in pain when I convinced him to put ice on his bruised eye. He finally did, and you absolutely can't repeat what he said to me, do you understand? Not a word of it to anyone, not even to father. But I truly need advice. I had some questions for High Magistrate's office. He sent his brother, Smith St. to answer them. Oh, the brute who punches people. That's a dumb, nasty one. My husband trailed off, thinking. I asked him something I didn't agree with. I had the moral high standing, but he had the physical high standing. His wounds clean. I didn't know what to do, but touched an injured part of his face to comfort him. Then he joked. Turns out, his argument hurt a lot more than mine. But I could tell underneath that, he was truly hurt. What do I do, Mother? How is a woman supposed to respond to an awful thing happening? I've tried to comfort him as best I can, but I just don't know what else I can do. Mother, please, you must have some advice. I mean, you're the one who showed it to me, but whatever. I guess I would have unlocked block number 2 for all those, like, sorry things. But since I locked him in mute, she has nothing to say about it. Which means the only things left I have to read here are the marital admonitions and the very pointed questions about why did Hyun A here kill everyone on board. I never read her letters at the time. I couldn't. I know she read them to me eventually, but I was just numb to that sort of talk at that point. Now they're just hard for me to read. That makes sense. Okay. There's really nothing else I can ask her about except for the questions, which we will do next time. Feel free to join us on Discord, folks, if you'd like to join in for the movie. We'll be watching Carol over in Discord and the Watch Party VC. Otherwise, thank you for joining the stream. We had a lot of people here today, which was very nice. Hope you enjoyed the 6 hours of voice acting, which, was preceded by 4 hours of editing here. This story is really interesting and deeply, deeply depressing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to asking Mute this. Why did you kill all those people? Next time. Oh, goodness gracious. We're halfway through the game and oh, there's a lot more. I'm sure it'll be a lot faster though as we like keep going through and finding more and more information out. Alright, let's close out the game here and find a raid target. Bye bye indeed, Arhia. Hope you all were able to earn the Enigma badge. You know, featuring our favorite depressed scientist, cryptographer. Yeah, cryptographer, that's the word. If you were lurking for at least 1 hour, you should have the badge. But if you miss out on it today, I will rerun it at some point. As I will rerun all the badges at some point. I just have to figure out what my strategy is for running event badges. Like, running them all year round is a bit excessive, but maybe like a week or a month every now and again. Could be something we could do. Okay, what else? Oh, housekeeping. I'll be putting out my schedule on Discord and Blue Sky at some point later today. In case you're interested in what we're doing. It's going to be more of the same, really. I'm still doing a lot of overtime this week, so we'll start at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as always. So it's going to be music video making on Tuesday, and the fan catalog updating as well. And on Wednesday, it's going to be Sucker for Love, the visual novel. Thursday will be either Flynet or Persona 3 Reload, if Kita's up for it. Saturday, Minecraft, followed by Reverse 999 and the Atomic Heart collab. Actually, I might even stream tonight. And by tonight, I mean Monday morning for Western folks. A little bit of Reverse just to do the preview and voice act that as well. And the words. Sunday. We'll be continuing this game after 4 hours of editing. Alright, let's find a raid target. Okay, who is live right now? Mayhaps you can raid Atarla? If Atarla is live? Nope, not live right now. Aha! We could raid Fivetail, who's actually playing Reverse 1999 right now. I know I did just raid them yesterday, but figured we could raid them again. You know, seeing as we just gave out an Enigma badge and all that. I really gotta think about if I want to make it an emote too. I suppose I could. Something to think about. Special thank you once again to MJ Beezy and Lady Rights for the raids. And thank you to Lady Rights and MJ for the bits, and the anonymous gifter for the gifted sub. All very much appreciated. And I will now end the stream here, but continue the watch party over in the Discord. As I send you off, keep in mind, remember that Decaf Nvidia is Creative Commons Attribution, non-commercial share alike, 4.0 international license. Off you get.
I hope you remain safe.
Let's go do the panda head.
The panda is floating.
Ooh. Slap it down.
I see it! The view from the top!
That is a deep cut reference.
Well, that was pointless.
I don't know.
The panda is...
It was a good reference to make. I guess I'll wear it. Sure, why not?
Wear it? Like this?
How are you doing that?
Unknown.
I guess that was a waste of time.
It was kind of fun though.
It was very funny.
To her, aside